Good evening and welcome everybody to the 7th week here for the Latin American Pro League scene for the Rainbow Six Siege. My name is Sean Bloodbath Rosenbaum. Here's Kickstar.
Hello.
And we are ready to get going after a fabulous day of Rainbow Six Siege last night.
Yeah, and coming off the North American scene, the Latin American scene has definitely some things to show us, I'm sure.
Yeah, and so today, like we say, we're going to be here with the Latin American scene. Let's head on over into our playoff brackets to just talk about last week, what occurred, as the two teams from the Latin American scene have already been determined for that playoff, or for that land spot. Now, last week we had Team Fontt, formerly known as Santos Dexterity, win 2-0 against INTZ. And then the second game of that evening was Black Dragons, and BRK E-sprots was a little bit closer, made it all the way to that third map in a 2-1 fashion.
Yeah, so we are going to be having Team Fontt and BRK going up against each other today, as well as INTZ and Black Dragons. And while, of course, there will not be another chance for any of these teams that haven't already qualified for the LAN to, well, qualify now, it will still be deciding the seeding of Team Fontt and BRK moving into those finals, and it will be deciding the positioning out of this region for INTZ and Black Dragons.
Yep, and so like you said, it's deciding the seeding, as we can see here, Seed 1 and Seed 2. Now that's going to play a particular role into who they're going to play in Cologne, Germany. Now we'll talk more about that towards the end of this evening, but what I want to touch on right now with this playoff bracket is Team Fontt, formerly known, as we said, as Santos Dexterity, and BRK Esports, they play during Week 3 against each other. So this is a very similar scene that we've seen before, and Team Fontt came out 2-0 in that match.
Yeah, Team Fontt did seem very strong, and they've actually been having a very good season so far. Going up against BRK, you know, seems something happened with them. They just didn't play the way we were expecting them to, and what seemed like it was going to be a pretty close matchup ended up not being so. But now, BRK is looking for that retribution, going to be showing us hopefully some awesome things to get their, well, their revenge.
Yeah. And then the second match here is going to be INTZ and Black Dragons. Those are the two teams that unfortunately lost in the first week of playoffs. Now, they are merely fighting for that third and fourth place seed. That doesn't necessarily get them to LAN, but it does help decide the prize pool dispersion that they will get at the end of the season. Now let's head on over into our schedule to take a look at what games are going to be happening just today and the order in which it's all going to be happening in. Starting off with our first game is going to be INTZ versus Black Dragons. That's going to be the first game here on the screen. Afterwards, later on this evening, starting around 1:30 Central European Time, 1930, basically that 7:30 mark Eastern Time, will be Team Fontt and BRK Esports. Now again, neither of these matches will determine or negate the entry into the LAN. Those have already been decided. These are merely matches for seeding, but they're still necessary to be played today.
Yeah, it's going to be Fontt and BRK who already made it to LAN, and of course INTZ and Black Dragons who are just going to be figuring out where they land in the whole scheme of things.
Now, these four teams, we've seen them played before. This has actually been one of the first times we've seen, at least this season, that we've seen the two teams from Group A make it all the way to the finals of playoffs. Like in North America, it was the top team from Group B and the top team from Group A made it to the playoffs. In Latin America, or sorry, in Europe, we also had the top team Penta from Group A and from Group B make it to the winners bracket of the playoffs. Here we've got both teams from Group A. Does that surprise you at all that we had the second place team from Group A able to beat the top seed from Group B?
Surprising, not necessarily. I'd say BRK and Fontt definitely come across as the top teams from their region, and I think that them qualifying for LAN is to be expected, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, as we did see, it went to the third map there, so very hard-fought battle, and unfortunately Black Dragon just did not come out on top. But we do want to get underway and talk about the rosters for today. So let's start off with our first team of the day. It's going to be INTZ. Now, INTZ, again, is one of those teams that I want to say is kind of a team that has shown us a lot of different things that we weren't necessarily expecting. As you had said, a little bit more methodical than
a little bit
teams.
slower, a little bit more strategic here from INTZ. Silence, GCR, Lend, and Ninja, and FK is going to be their lineup. And yeah, no, they're a much slower team than we're used to seeing out of the Latin American region. However, you know, it's weird. You could say that about a lot of the different teams we've been seeing play at this high level. When you're talking about Fontt, I think they're probably one of the more fast-paced teams coming out of, and they, you know, did manage to qualify, of course, for the LAN event, whereas INTZ did not. But it's really cool to see at the top level play here, a squad like INTZ playing slowly, playing strategically, playing based off teamwork instead of just on that raw fragger power and having such success.
Yeah, that coordination and team effort, I think, is something that some teams take more to heart than others. I mean, we've seen some teams develop, we'll call them more sophisticated strategies, whereas teams like Penta, teams like thinking out of the North American scene, Excellence, they're more on the fly. Let's get some mid-game.
Well, I mean, when it comes to Excellence, they're seemingly on the fly. The way that they play, I mean, it would definitely suggest that they're on the fly. But you know, we honestly, I don't know. I've never had the chance to talk to them. You know, when it comes to Penta, that's what they say, flat out. We're on the fly team. We kind of we do what we do. It just kind of mid-round adaptations. That's how it is.
But here we are again. This is the roster for INTZ. Does anything jump out to you? I mean, we've seen a lot of plays here, a lot of, I want to call, memorable clutches or just flat-out raw talent from FK and GCR. But looking at the scoreboard here...
I mean, we've seen clutches from Len. We've seen some great things from everyone on this.
Lots of these players. It doesn't look like there's one team member above the rest here, like we've seen on some other rosters.
Of course. I mean, it's worth noting that kill-death ratio isn't really that important at this high level of play. It mostly comes down to the function you fulfill on your team. There's a lot of operators that are not designed to go and kill everyone on the enemy team, and they're more designed for that utilitarian roles. For example, that you can see Len there, Thatcher, Mira. I mean, those are both support operators by all extent of purposes, and of course his KD is going to reflect that. That doesn't mean that he's not supporting his team in any meaningful way.
Now, that is going to be our roster here for INTZ. Let's head into our second roster. It's going to be with their opponent today, and that's going to be Black Dragons. Now, for those of you that are not too familiar with this season's lineup of Black Dragons, you may remember them and the players on the team from last season. They were formerly known as V3 Masters. Here they are this entire season as Black Dragons.
Yeah, they did make it to the finals and specifically the semifinals of the last season's finals, and they you know, had a really good showing as V3. Now as Black Dragons, they've been doing pretty well in this season. Unfortunately, of course, similar to INTZ, they will not be making it to the LAN event for this season, but they came pretty darn close, and now we're gonna find out if they're gonna finish 3rd or 4th out of their region. It's gonna be Psycho, Kamikaze, 9X, PZD, and Thai. Now, Kamikaze's arguably probably the player to be watching on this roster. He comes across as a bit of like a Nesk-esque player, you know, the sort of guy who is really going to step it up when it's most necessary. And sometimes when he's not, it can seem like the team is struggling a little bit more. But overall, a really well-balanced roster here. Black Dragons feeling like I mean, they showed us such good things through this season, and it really was a little bit disheartening that they're not going to be able to make it to the LAN event.
I agree. I mean, we definitely saw some unique talent, especially during the season finals last season. One of the things I want to talk about here quickly, though, and get your opinion on is for 9X, we see his favorite attack operators as Blackbeard and Jaeger, and those would seemingly be two very different styles of play. We've mentioned it before where if you're a pro player, you're going to focus on one attacker, one defender, or one or...
Well, not all teams do that, and I think out of the Latin American region, on that note, is we've probably seen more variation in operator selection between individual players than any other region out there. Latin America seems to favor just kind of playing what you want to play. I mean, we see here in Kamikaze right now, he's a Glaz main. You know, he plays, his favorite attack operator is Glaz. And that doesn't necessarily mean he's playing Glaz every round. It just means that he's playing it pretty often. But, you know, out of every other region, we don't see very much Glaz. And if we do, it's situational. So the mix-ups are abound here in Latin America. And Black Dragons is one of those teams that reflects that.
I agree with you. And calling out operators that we typically do see or don't see, vice versa. We don't see Habana as a favorite attack operator, which kind of lends us to believe that that's one operator. I mean, we see, I think Habana's top of the leaderboard here for the top 5 attack operators, which we'll get underway in a moment. But like you said, we're seeing players choose operators that more favor themselves at times than necessarily they're meshing together, we'll say.
Yeah, an individual preference is... It's worthwhile to invest into, and it does obviously cater to performance of individual players, but it is at the detriment of the overall team. And I think that we've seen some situations whereby a player will select an operator that, yes, they're comfortable with, or they want to play Twitch, they want to play Ashe, or whatever the case be, and unfortunately, that will be to the detriment of their team because, well, then they don't have a Thatcher, or they don't have a Thermite, or they don't have a Habana in this situation where they really need that particular role fulfilled. You know, of course, sometimes that's planned out. Some teams understand the risks that they're taking when they make one of those operator rotations, but I think out of the Latin American scene, team we see very clearly just personal preference favored in some instances, whereas it's not, instead of just planning out, here, we're going to play this, this, and this.
Was it during the Latin American scene last week, or was it the European scene last week, where we saw, I think it was on Cafe, we saw no Hibana and no Thermite? We saw some.
It was the European
scene.
Yeah, it was INTZ, I believe, that they were bringing neither Hibana nor Thermite for a couple rounds.
It was quite odd to see, I'll say.
Yeah, it was a little bit different. I talked to Shate afterwards. It seemed like they were just going. He told me that they were just going for pure frag potential, and there were situations where they felt that they needed a Hibana that they did end up bringing her. But you know, it is really just kind of when we're talking about a team like INTZ, they do plan out their operator selection. So that was while it looks like an oversight to some of us, maybe they just had a clear goal in mind.
Yeah, it was definitely a calculated maneuver. We are going to get underway with our top 5 picked operators from the Latin American scene. Let's head on over and take a look at them. Starting off with Ash, and then Hibana, Thermite, Twitch, and Sledge.
Yeah, of course, those Ash Hibana picks are going to be that 3-speed meta that we've all talked about. You know, 3-speed, clearly the superior one right now, where the game stands. And they also have those very powerful weapons between Hibana and Ash both. Meanwhile, Ash can open up those unreinforced walls, and Hibana, the reinforced ones, both have flashbangs, so they both can force out engagements. Thermite, 62.7%. We've seen from the Latin American region quite a lot of Hibana and Thermite combination play. Not nearly as much as we see just Hibana played, almost blanket statement. But sometimes we see both, and I think that's just a testament to the Latin American scene being so fluid with their adaptation in the middle of the round, being, you know, saying, okay, well, we want to open up this wall, but if we need more breaching ability, we're going to bring it to the field just in case. Twitch, 58.8%. Now, this is, I think, unique to the Latin American region. Twitch is finding more play, especially as of late, given the Mira windows, and we'll see Mira, of course, on the top 5 defenders almost certainly in just a bit. But yeah, Twitch is good at directly countering those mirror windows, and I've talked to Skies, for example, from Elevate GG, and he's one of those players who is an Ash main, right? He tends to play Twitch from time to time because you need to be able to open up those mirror windows when you're making a push into whatever bomb site, because they are almost always there now. So Twitch finding more play in Latin America makes sense. Sledge, 56.9%. I mean, Sledge is just an overall operator that is great at opening up those unreinforced walls, good at frag potential, good with, he's got that SMG-11, which is fantastic, and, you know, he even has nades to top it off, which no other operator on this board right now does. Yeah, and you had talked about when we were referring to Hibana and Thermite, and while we're seeing both of them, I've also noticed that in the Latin American scene, we seem to have not a majority, but more teams than other regions stir up the beginning bomb site, where we'll go with, okay, we'll pick an uncommon bomb site or the secondary preferred bomb site for the first round. We see that oftentimes. We saw it on Border where they go down to ventilation, and we've seen it on Cafe where they'll go on to the train room. But so I think that's also one of the reasons that there is an uncertainty as to what bomb site they're going to be attacking. So they'll go with both just for safety precautions. But we are going to get underway with our top 5 pick defenders coming out of the Latin American scene. And this is going to look very similar to you, as it is the same 5 operators of every single region. Jaeger, Smoke, Valkyrie, Mira, Bandit. Not much to talk about here. No real, again, variation between each of these regions. I mean, we've investigated these top 5 every single 3 times a week now for the last couple weeks. It's been going to be Jaeger, 93.6% for the top for Latin America. Smoke, Valkyrie, Mira, and Bandit. Again, and you can tell here, there's not much of a curve. There's not much of a drop-off. The lowest percentage there, 67.2%. That's ridiculous. And you know, of course, Bandit's the one who's going to be rotated out of the Latin American region. I think Valkyrie's the one who gets rotated out the most in the European region. But overall, it's still just kind of the same story as everywhere else. Yeah, and I think that goes to tell that with defense, it's more of like, okay, we're seeing bomb sites are very standard picks for many teams. We're seeing defensive setups very standard, and these operators fulfill almost every single necessary role for those structures and for those strategies. Of course, you miss out on things like having that Doc stim gun, but overall, it makes a lot of sense these top 5. I mean, Jaeger catching the grenades, Smoke providing the disruption and delay, Valkyrie with great information gathering, Mira even more information gathering, and that's so important because, you know, you think about the information tools in Siege, right? You've got on the attackers, drones, and those drones are essentially like being able to see through walls. I mean, they are so very useful. The defenders need something to counteract that, so they bring Valkyrie and Mira because they both both do? Well, just that. They counteract. They give information to the defenders while hindering the information gathering for the attackers. Bandit, of course, is going to be brought to the field because he's a 3-speed. He's got a great gun. He brings 3 barbed wire. I mean, that's amazing by itself. And then also, he's got those batteries to catch Hibana charges, thermites, heck, even drones. You could do a lot with it. So I think that the overall picture here for these defenders is just these are what have been ground down into being considered by every professional team seemingly the top 5 because they bring the necessary utility, but also give you a lot of versatility.
And looking at these top 5 operators, we've got 3 operators which typically bring barbed wire. That's going to give you 7 barbed wire on the team.
And barbed wire is so important.
Yes. And we also get 2 C4. What I'm curious about it and your take on is impact grenades. Do they provide a useful purpose, and do we see them used a lot here in the Pro League scene?
Well, you could see Smoke there on 87 or 88.7%. He's going to be the number 2 picked operator. And one thing that Smoke brings to the field that is oh so useful, Mira technically does with her secondary, but it's that shotgun. And the Smoke shotgun is not only considered by a lot of professionals to be the best shotgun in the game, given its consistency. Like a lot of shotguns, you'll find that you'll get the one shot sometimes, other times it just doesn't feel like all the pellets are hitting. With the shotgun on Smoke and Mute or the SAS players, you find that the consistency is just there. You can gauge the range when you're going to be hitting 1 shots, 2 shots, and more importantly, Smoke also has that SMG-11 secondary, which means he can switch to that as his primary weapon and use his shotgun to manipulate the bomb sites, construct, deconstruct, what have you, to establish whatever you need and boycott those impact grenades. So you can instead bring barbed wire or whatever the other option is. And I think that's what we see most teams do is instead of bringing impacts, they'll just bring a Smoke shotgun. I mean, there are some things like a green box pallet on Hereford that can only be opened up with impacts or C4, but that's Hereford. It's not in the Pro League map pool, and like overall, there just isn't a lot of necessity for impacts.
Yes.
And if you're gonna bring impacts, you're just gonna play castle. You're gonna rotate your bandit for a castle, use his castle barricades to manipulate further, because then that plays into whatever you're trying to accomplish with your impact grenades. And then,
well, I was gonna say, is there an we'll say an underutilization or we'll call it an oversight of how important it is to instantly open up a wall, fire at your target through? Or is there more of a sense of just wall bang?
No, I think the majority of the time when you were talking about opening up a wall like that with an impact grenade, you're either going to do it with a C4 because that will kill anyone on the other end of that wall, or you're not really going to do it because at this high level of play, the majority of people are able to react to something like that, and they will challenge that. And you'd think it would give you the surprise, and in some situations it really would. But almost all of those surprise factors, like if you're going on Oregon, right? You're in the attic and you're coming out of attic into west side, then attackers are going to be ready for that. They're going to be staring at that wall. They're going to be conscious of that fact, and they're going to be able to anticipate it. So the impact grenades, they're extremely useful and very versatile, but I'd use C4.
Definitely. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to move to the map bans now, starting with Black Dragons banning the first map. Again, there are 9 maps in the pool. The teams are going to ban back and forth until there are only 3 maps left to choose from. Each team will then select a map to play on, and that third and final map, the last map to be left alive, will be the one chosen for the third map of this best-of-3 series. Skyscraper is going to be the first one banned off. Not a big surprise. It's not necessarily one that's been seen in the Latin American scene this season. And Oregon being picked off by INTZ right away. And I think that kind of lends itself to being a counter pick to Black Dragons.
Black Dragons has had a good time on Oregon so far. And you can see here Black Dragons, they're getting rid of all of the DLC maps, of course, except for Border, which, arguably isn't one. I mean, it's been so ingrained in the competitive scene now that and there it goes. Bye-bye, Border. Thanks so much, INTZ. So it's going to be Bank, Chalet, and Cafe. No big surprises there. Bank is a little bit different than what we're used to seeing. We have, of course, seen it played in the Pro League, but not nearly as much as a map like, for example, Border.
And I want to say, I haven't double-checked my information on this, but I want to say that INTZ and Black Dragons played in Group B together. So this could be a rematch for them as well. And that could be where some of these bans and counter picks are coming off from. What I do enjoy seeing, though, from the Latin American scene is the abundance of bank play that we have. We don't see that in the Latin or in the European or North American scene.
Any other region. Yeah, Bank seems to be tucked away into the side, and clearly the Latin American teams are very comfortable bringing themselves to it. Chalet going to be our first pick, Black Dragons. choosing to go on defense. Chalet Cafe is going to be the next pick from INTZ, and they will choose to go on to attack.
So, looks like we're going to have Black Dragons on attack side for Chalet being our first map. And we'll be getting underway here momentarily with it. But Chalet is a map that I want to say before the Latin American scene came to the world stage, the Pro League, was a map that a lot of players, a lot of teams really enjoyed. It has since fallen off of the European and North American regions as not one of the top picked maps anymore. Here
I think it's been fleshed out pretty intensely.
Mm-hmm.
A map like Border, it's loved by a lot of teams because of its versatility and how it's. I want to say it's, you know, there's still not everything discovered on Border, but the thing is that it's gotten to an extent. Well, the amount of things that we've learned about Border as a map, the amount of things you can do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure. Arguably, it's up there with every other map now. So like Chalet, like Clubhouse. But you could also say it's surpassed those maps because there's just so many more options, there's so many more things to learn. Whereas on Chalet, it's a little bit more restricted. So some teams don't like to bring, well, they themselves to that map. I mean, of course, we have seen a lot of bar play, we have seen some master play, but it's still pretty restricted compared to a map like Border.
Do you think that with this season and seeing how much bar and gaming room we've seen and how much of the top floor we've seen in the master bedroom, do you think that's going to then open the gate for more teams to investigate them and we'll see Chalet start making a comeback here?
I think that possibility is ever present, but I mean let's not jump to the chase, okay?
So that is Chalet. Now, Chalet, we often talk about the primary bomb sites being that kitchen and trophy as the first bomb site, the wine cellar and snowmobile garage being the second. Would you say, just in generally speaking, an attacking side, an attack strategy for that bottom bomb site, do we typically see as a push coming from the wine cellar or coming from the bar, gaming room, and garage? Like
either or. I mean, usually if we're going to
is there one more favored than the other, do you say?
No, I'd say it's about 50-50. There's more versatility options for the attackers if you're going for a snowmobile and a snowmobile bar take, but it's also a lot more risky because you have to factor in all of the roamers. You have to challenge those roamers very directly. When you're doing a wine cellar take, it's a lot easier to contain them. Yes, you technically have to challenge them, but it's not. You don't have to hunt them down. You don't have to hunt them down to the ends of the earth. You don't have to force them back down into the basement into the site. When you're doing a bar snowmobile take, you're going to be opening up that bar drop down to snowmobile wall. You have to spend the time to clear out the entire building and make sure that all those roamers have defaulted back to the site, and then watch that flank continuously throughout that round.
Yeah, but there's 3 staircases you have to watch that go from top to bottom.
Yeah, and when you're doing a wine cellar take, it's a little bit simpler. Of course, you have to watch that flank for the entire round, but it's still, you don't have to force everyone out of library or even bar. It's just kind of hold the flank, push into wine cellar hall.
So that is going to be our little overview of Chalet. We talked about it before though, with Bittersweet showing us some brand new stuff along with Infamy. Even I want to say Omen, I think, attempted some stuff on Chalet potentially. We saw some brand new strats on holding the top floor, holding the bar and gaming room. What aspects of those do you think are going to stick with teams and we'll see developed further on in the future?
The bar gaming room defense strategy was clearly very sound, no matter what team decided to bring it to the field. I mean, Bittersweet did some really great things there. Infamy did as well. I think, I think it was just specifically Bittersweet, but whatever the case, it was a solid defense and it did work very well for them. So I think that moving forward, bar gaming room is definitely a viable site. However, it's still considered to be a pocket site. I mean, the basement and trophy defense is so ingrained in the meta. You've got teams like VG or ENTZ, who have been around since the beginning, or Flipside, been around since the beginning, and yeah, sure, they like to institute some variation here and there, but for the most part, they're going to want to stick to what they know, stick to their old guns, and I could see them mixing it up here and there and going for a different bomb site, but they aren't going to be really committing to that as a standard primary.
So I mean, we've seen some things downstairs that have ultimately come anew with the introduction of the mirror window, such as opening up the wine closet, the wine cellar closet, opening up part of that wall so you can push out with a mirror window. You can see who's inside a cubby, or at the back big garage hallway, if you will. So I guess what I was asking earlier is, for similar to that, we've seen things that are now being implemented downstairs into the basement. what things will we constantly see in a bar and gaming room defense hold that is kind of like you need to have this in
Maintain
order
control
to
of library.
maintaining control of library?
Yeah, the defenders just need to maintain control of library. If you maintain control of library, you have complete vertical control over the rest of your both of the bomb sites.
Mm-hmm.
You've got your gaming room bomb site, you've got your bar bomb site, and what's above both of them? Library.
So here we are. Now, our second map is going to be, if I remember correctly, not Bank. It's going to be on Cafe. Cafe is one of those maps where you do only go to 2 bomb sites. You don't use that third one downstairs. We haven't seen the bakery and kitchen just yet.
Bakery bomb site.
I don't think we'll see it.
Is terrible.
Elaborate.
It's terrible. Oh, okay. It's completely exposed to the outside. The attackers can so very easily establish a crossfire through just opening windows to then smoke off and plant in the front door, inside one of the windows, whatever the case be. They have infinite options really where they want to plant inside bakery. More importantly, they can not only just establish that crossfire by mealing 1 or 2 windows, they can also bring that crossfire even further by going for that dishwashing room window. And if you cut off the dishwashing room window, there's no rotation inside that, then there's no way for the defenders to be stopping your defuse plant aside from a mirror window on the bakery wall, which can be so easily countered by the attackers. Hibana. Thatcher, Hibana, a Jackal. Okay, you can bring a Thatcher, Hibana, a Jackal, and a Glass combination, even a Montaigne if you really want to as your 5th, although you can rotate that into being anyone you're comfortable with. You Thatcher the bakery wall, you Hibana the mirror window that is inevitably placed on it. Meanwhile, you have a player on side of your dishwashing window, and you have established that crossfire in the bakery to cut off the red stairs hallway, and then you just smoke, waltz in, and plant. There's no one on the defending team who can be in a position to stop you from doing that. Of course, there's Echo Drones. Of course, there's C4. Of course, there's going to be gas canisters hurled from across the map, but these are problems that the attackers know how to deal with, and you know, moving into a standard round, they should be shrugged off. Yeah,
and so for those of you that don't necessarily know the call out of dishwasher, it is that connector between the kitchen and the bakery. You have that big window out by the white van on the side.
Yeah, with the sink and the dishwasher and whatnot.
By that park alley spawn on that side of the map. However, we are going to cut to a short break because we're experiencing some technical difficulties. So please bear with us. We'll be back in a few short minutes to get underway with the first best of 3 series for the Latin American scene and the final week of the Pro League. Ladies and gentlemen, please stick with us. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to week number 7 of the Latin American Pro League scene here for Rainbow Six Siege. Unfortunately, we had a little bit of some technical difficulties, but we apologize for the long wait. We are ready to get underway here. We are just waiting for the game to actually start. Everyone's back in lobby, and we are here. Just about to start it up. Now, our map choices for the maps are going to be starting off on Chalet, then headed to Cafe, and if we make it to that third and final map, it's going to be on Border, if I remember correctly. Border or... No, it's going to be Bank. It's Bank, not Border. It was Bank. Yeah, Bank will be the third map. So let's head into the game right now as we are getting underway with our first map onto Chalet. Now, Black Dragons, as we saw earlier, will start on to attack, and INTZ is going to be on defense. Let's take a look here, and not too much of a stir up from the operator selection choices. We are seeing Frost, though, which I don't think we've seen on Chalet just yet.
Yeah, Frost is an interesting pick. She's useful in certain situations, and of course, really just specifically brought to catch the other team off guard in some sort of fashion. It really just comes down to where you end up putting the Frost traps, in all honesty. And one of the reasons you see Frostblade and not Capcan is because Capcan puts his traps on doors, and doors are easily checked. Every single door is easily checked. Whereas you can put your Frost trap wherever the heck you want to put it. Now, we are going to be seeing a Kitchen Trophy defense first, and just like the operator selection, that stands to reason. No big variation here from INTZ.
Yeah, that Kitchen Trophy ultimately is that primary preferred bomb site by almost every single team in the Pro League today.
The Pro League ever. Since the beginning of Chalet, really. Since the very start of Chalet competition, every team has preferred to go to either A, the basement, or B, the Kitchen Trophy. Almost entirely the Kitchen Trophy, too. I mean, the basement was made much easier by those mirror windows, whereas the Kitchen Trophy didn't see much improvement via mirror windows, and you can tell that's reflected here by the fact that, oh, look at that, there's no mirror on the INTZ lineup.
Now here we go. Oh, good Valcam coming out here by FK. I don't know if that's going to be spotted, but it looks as though Valkyrie, that's going to be FK, tries to throw out a C4 onto 9X. And it looks like that may have missed. However, now FK spots out the shot there onto Psycho. However, misses his target, and he'll be injured here on the kitchen stairs. And going to be picked up nice and easy. That's going to be the first kill of the round, the first frag to go in favor of Black Dragons.
That's a good start. Not only is it a kill on the board, but it's also, and this is much more important, top 4 control. Meanwhile, Jaeger's going to get taken out in this entryway. Good drone there from PZD. Making sure he actually checks the entryway. We've seen sometimes a couple teams neglect to check that, and because of that, defender will spontaneously come out in the middle of the round and flank and get those kills.
There is one roamer left in the basement. We are going to see GCR trying to get some flank going on in the wine cellar and large snowmobile garage. Looks as though we just saw Kamikaze trying to work his way down the fireplace stairs. GCR will get spotted out inside of the wine cellar. So here we're going to have another engagement, another collapse. Kamikaze's already down inside a snowmobile. 9X trying to collapse from below. We're likely to see GCR possibly pick up one kill if he can, going on to Kamikaze here momentarily. However, a nice shotgun from Ninja to take out, I believe that was 9X. That's the Blackbeard on the kitchen stairs. Now GCR was injured. Some little destruction going to happen above. That's going to be Ty. He will not see Ninja. And Ninja's going to try to go back downstairs and continue this roam game. It's now a 2-on-4, 50 seconds to go.
The attackers now have full control over this top floor.
Ty didn't see Silence here. Silence is on his drone under the window. And Ty easily had a line of sight, but negated the opportunity to see it. Oh, and Frost hears the diffuser start to go down. Peeks on up, and PZD with a nice bait right there. He will go get that diffuser planted right here, and that's going to be Kamikaze, PZD, Ty, and Psycho. Last member's alive. Now Ninja has the capability with the shotgun and SMG-11 to take out 1 or 2, but I doubt all 4, and PZD says nope, he's going to deny them the frag, and that's going to be round number 1 going to Black Dragons.
Yeah, what we saw from Black Dragons was just a very effective and efficient take over that top floor. Pretty standard take on a trophy. From there, they did also clear out the roamers in the basement and finally collapse onto the bomb site. Fortunately, it really was lost there again, and we've talked about this a lot before, and when it comes to Chalet, this map is won and lost on the roam game, and in this instance, INTZ lost that roam game, and thus the round.
Yeah, and they even added more roamers to the roam game after the roam game was already lost. So
yeah,
they kept on
really
throwing roams at them, and it just didn't work out for them.
Trophy's going to be the next defense, and it's going to be from Black Dragons this time. And curiosity here is going to be whether or not they can actually make the roam game work for them. They are also going to be bringing a Mira, and that's a little bit different.
Yeah, we don't see too much Mira on this hold unless they're going to try to hold upstairs more aggressively than other strategies.
Yeah, that would make sense. Bringing that Mira upstairs, that would give you a little bit more delay. And you can see Thai's already up there right now. So that's almost certainly going to be his strategy. Let's put those Mira windows facing towards the Master and the Office in all likelihood. Thus you can play to slow down the attack from the Master Office hallway.
Now sometimes on a strategy like this, we'll also see a castle, if I'm not mistaken, that actually reinforces or puts a barricade on the master bedroom door right next to where we're going to see Mira in the hallway. And that's just to help prevent any kind of nades getting tossed down into that hallway towards it.
Rip. Now, it's going to be attacking likely under the top floor, same way that Black Dragons did in the round previous. This time, though, they're going to have to contend with 2 Mira windows up here. And that's actually going to be quite a challenge, I'm sure, for INTZ. Now, it seems like Black Dragons are trying to maintain just complete top floor dominance. And we've seen this strategy used a couple times before. Basically, the gist is you can easily hold down all of the balconies as the defenders and deny any access for the attackers. And by doing so, you slow down the attack significantly, also bottleneck it, because they're forced to go onto one of 2 of the balconies that you can repel on, which is that main lobby balcony and master balcony.
I think GCR is just looking to hop right into
Could
the
do
trophy.
this as well, actually. I think they're going to be able to... They might be successful here, but the gas canisters are coming out to slow it down from Kamikaze. And there is, yes, somebody playing in deep B.
Yeah, he just got in there. That's going to be the Jaeger. Looks like 9XT is going to have a couple bullets tagging his toes. And there's some shotgun from underneath. Ninja picking up the kill. That means trophy's all clear. We're going to see them hop in momentarily unless Kamikaze is able to stop it from above.
Kamikaze's in a very powerful position.
There it is. Wonderful job. GCR did not spot it out with his drone. That's going to force Silence to hesitate before hopping in as well. And Kamikaze is instantly in the upper hand here. Psycho going to create a little bit of a distraction as he hops on out of the library balcony, looking in towards the main lobby entry point.
It's not really much to talk about here. INTZ is just kind of slowed up after they lost control over that main B window.
Ooh, Lend has given up his position by holding open the window. He now had to navigate off. He dropped off there, and Lend is still trying to challenge this. Kamikaze has since gotten back downstairs. He's not going to try to put his rear to Blackbeard and still hold this trophy window. So he's going to give that upstairs a clear, say let's go and go, and hold on to trophy. Now Silence will take a couple gas puffs there and forcefully work his way backwards. Kamikaze will be droned out here by Silence. That's going to allow Silence to hop inside, realize it's all clear. Now he's got control of trophy with Diffuser in hand. It's up to his team to try to hold down the crossfires. PZD and Kamikaze going to be the last 2 alive. However, PZD has been dropped down by Lend. Last man is Kamikaze. There's going to be a nice trade-off. Kamikaze going to move in forward, but again, he's got 2 members from the attacking squad to look off for. He's got to look to the left here and he's going to spot 9XT. He's looked for Ninja. And now last man alive is going to be Len. He knows Len is upstairs. He fought with him earlier. And Len is actually going to drop in time. He's going to allow PZD to get picked up. Len now takes the upper hand by getting the outside of the window. And we might be seeing a push from above. He is weary of that push from above. There it is. It's actually going to happen. I don't know if there's enough time. There is plenty of time. Kamikaze and PZD able to get the clutch here up against the Blackbeard outside of trophy window. We are going to see round number 2 go in favor of Black Dragons.
So we talked about Kamikaze being the player to be watching from Black Dragons and how he's the one who's going to step up in those moments of crisis. Well, he certainly did that here in 8-1 versus 3, I believe that was. He managed to get his teammate back up and secure 2 kills. What a great clutch from him. Now 2-0 is going to be the scoreline for Black Dragons, and arguably INTZ really did dominate that last round. Those mirror windows didn't see much use as Black Dragons on their defense. They were playing way too aggressively into the Master. Despite the fact that they got some early kills on the attackers trying to push into the B-bomb site, those were actually exchanged as well. So INTZ doing a good job of that round overall. It's just not being able to secure that final kill onto Kamikaze is what did them in.
Now here's some two operators that aren't typically chosen in the Latin American scene. Fuse, which is being picked up by Ty, and then Silence is going to be using Doc on the defensive side. Now that Fuse play is typically a good pick, especially for any bomb site other than the top floor bomb site, because this map, for every single bomb site, has a vertical play to it. And Fuse is definitely one of those operators that's able to rain down from above, if you will.
Black Dragon setting their drones up here to start control over the library. This is a very standard take. As soon as you eliminate library control, you have good, decent, probably about half map control at that point. Although that's usually very difficult, as the defenders can contend that pretty easily. All they have to do is deny you access to one particular ladder, and that's going to be the job of Ninja and GCR, as you can see them playing in library at this very moment. It's going to be kind of intriguing to see how invested Black Dragons becomes into that library take. There are ways to get around in this map without actually taking library, but it is considered to be, by many teams, the very first step in their take overall.
Especially if there's a lot of pressure put into master bedroom, which we see from time to time.
And of course, INTZ isn't putting too much pressure into master bedroom as compared to Black Dragons, who put 2 mirror windows and about 3 players, I think. So yeah, in contrast, INTZ is pretty light on the roam game. And as you can see here, they've fallen off this top floor already. With still 2 minutes in the round, there's almost no presence upstairs at all. Well, there's 0.
One of the things that the Latin American scene, especially seeing from Black Dragons, INTZ, Team Fontt, as well as BRK, is their ability to clear out roamers very efficiently, or at least clear out rooms and floors very efficiently. Not necessarily the roamers, but clear out the floors. And Kamikaze, though, going strong, picking up 2 instant kills there onto GCR and Ninja. Wonderful way to start off the round here for Black Dragons. He's going to move down the fireplace stairs as Silence stays put inside of the trophy room. Not too much pressure being applied from that outside trophy window. Len's going to meet the next member from Black Dragons. Is going to be PZD, who just takes off his head, holding a very tight angle. Now Blackbeard's going to move in forward. FK is going to get the first kill for INTZ on this round. 4 on 2 now. Still 60 seconds to go. Underneath, PZD is going to go for the push on FK, and it ultimately comes out on top. And right there, PZD showing what it means to be an Ash main. Here it is, a 1-on-4 now. Silence, you see him boost himself up. He's got about 130 health, as well as being a 3-armor. Picks off one, cannot get the other, and that's going to be Psycho taking down the final frag of the round. It's Black Dragons going up 3-0.
Good attack there from Black Dragons. A little bit of, again, these rounds come down to the roam game. And in this instance, their roam game was completely unsuccessful. You saw their 2, well, linchpins in that Bandit Jaeger get taken out very early by Kamikaze through 1 drop down, 1 single angle in unison. And as soon as that happened, basically the round was already over for INTZ. And now Black Dragons extends their lead to a 3-0. They're 1 round away from this match point. And that's not looking good for INTZ.
Yeah, it definitely is not. They're going to change
here's
something
the bar
up.
Defense.
Ooh, there is the bar defense. Nice. Let's see how it unfolds. Now, for INTZ, though, INTZ's defenses have not been their strong point. They need to change up their bomb site, try something different, because the trophy and kitchen hold is just not working out for them today.
Yep. Meanwhile, Black Dragons are going to be the ones to do the different thing, of course, and somewhat interesting to see. It seems like Black Dragons seemingly favoring this bomb site and really leaning on it, as I suppose, to try and push themselves into that match point. You can see most of the kills are split amongst 2 different players right now for Black Dragons, despite being up 3 rounds, and that's kind of really that's kind of interesting. Just hey, we're gonna step up and win these rounds.
But I mean, at the same time, Black Dragons, except for 1 round, has had numerous players still alive. So it's like, are they giving the opportunity to the rest of their players to even pick up frags?
It's just there haven't been many kills. I mean, we're only 3 rounds in. We're on the 4th now. And it's just been a bit of a massacre here for Black Dragons so far. I mean, INTZ had that 1 round they were really close to winning on their attack of the kitchen trophy. But it was just, again, it was Kamikaze stepping it up. And that's reflected by Kamikaze being at the top of that scoreboard. Now, INTZ, how they choose to adapt to this particular defense is going to be the kind of deciding factor here, whether we find ourselves on match point or not, of course. as it's not an easy thing attacking onto some bomb site that you've not practiced extensively for.
Now we are seeing a different kind of push, I'd say. I don't typically see us when we've seen a red or a bar in gaming and hold. We typically don't see a push in from Trophy. We'll see a top floor push maybe from Master, some pressure applied from underneath, but not necessarily from Trophy, which seems a little bit of a different starting point.
That's a good start on that note from Kamikaze, taking out the sledge early in the round with a pistol, no less.
Kamikaze's going to be holding down this back stairwell a little bit more. Silence, however, will pick up that kill as Habana taking out Psycho. Now, Psycho was the Valkyrie. Looks like 9XT is also going to find a couple bullets facing his way by the Blackbeard. Ninja picks up that frag, and we are going to have PZD jumping on out of the library to rain down some bullets from above on a FK. That's now going to even out man count into a 3-on-3, but as we say that, it is going to be Kamikaze picking up yet again another kill onto GCR. There's only Silence and Ninja left alive, and as we say that, we have PZD forcefully throwing some bullets his way. It's going to be the last man alive. Silence hops on outside of the window. And there's PZD trying to get the third final K of the round, and there's it going to be. PZD swinging it strong. Black Dragons now up 4-0. We're on match point.
This has been a very dominating performance here for Black Dragons, to be honest, and what we've been seeing from INTZ is just kind of a little bit scattered. The last attack specifically was very scattered. They didn't have a full build-up of their team ready to push in and let's take control over Master, let's take control over Office, then we'll push through into Library, and then we'll have vertical control and we'll start pushing into the bomb site. Nope, they kind of just scattered around the map. I mean, they started inputting themselves into the building, they lost their fights one by one, and the round was over. I mean, and again, also the guys outside the building, outside of gaming room, they just got ran out on PZD with the right amount of aggression on that bandit coming out of Library. And I think that's just confidence shining through there for Black Dragons. Now, INTZ, they've been unsuccessful everywhere they've gone so far, but they're going to go down to the basement. This could be our first basement defense yet so far in this mat. And as you can see, PZD and Kamikaze, again.
Kamikaze and PZD show, ladies and gentlemen, here on Chalet.
Just kind of together as two players, they are winning this map through and through. Seemingly.
Now, we are likely to see some fuse charges. I'm going to say we're going to see one inside a connector, one by the bomb site of A, and the third is most likely probably going to be inside of the bar going downstairs into the snowmobile garage. General spots that we see fuse charges, especially the connector, forces them out from a very tight angle that they can stay in, looking at the back corridor. And then you also want to get them out of the bomb site of A, at least from the safe corners, we'll say. Now as we watch, GCR is going to be roaming inside of the dining hall, right next to the kitchen. He's got the drop hatch opened up where he can fall down back to site if he needs to. Ninja's actually going to be playing a little bit off site. He's inside of the large garage, as well as Lend, who's here inside of the bar. Now, it's very odd to see a basement hold with that drop hatch soft. It's not opened up yet next to Lend inside of the bar, but it is soft, which makes it very risky to forego that bar. First kill will come from Kamikaze. That's going to be the 11th kill for him this round on this map, picking off FK. GCR inside of the bar will also fall. We are going to have a 5-on-3. This is going to be the swan song for this first map of INTZ, and it looks as though we will see Black Dragons come out 1-0 after the first map. Silence is going to be trying to hold down the fort as Lend is still above, and Ninja is still inside of the large garage. So right now, only member on site is going to be Silence. He's going to have to fight 9XT here momentarily. Looks as though Lend and Ninja both going to try to trade out some men, make it back into favor man count. However, as he strafes around through the hallway, 9XT is going to pick up that kill. Look for Silence, but doesn't see him. Silence could pick up here momentarily. Actually going to boost himself just a little bit. Has a shot, goes for a couple shots in the thighs, tags him down, but does not finish him off. 9XT going to walk away from that with about 20 health. Now Silence has been spotted out here. Lend will be taken out of commission by Psycho. It's 3-on-1. Silence will have to get 3 kills here in a row if he wants to keep his team in the running here for Chalet, but it's going to be very tough. Psycho is injured. Ty's going to have full health with Diffuser in hand, and 9XT just going to drone him out a little bit more until we see that fuse rain down some cluster charges from above. Now with 45 seconds to go, there's still plenty of time for Fuse to get this work. You're going to see the cluster charge rain down. Silence is going to have to move. He knows it's happening. He's backed on out of there. He's going to get away just in time, but the shots through the wall, Psycho knows exactly where he's at, It's going to be Black Dragons with a flawless 5-0 victory here on Cholet.
Very dominating performance from Black Dragons, and we saw a very standard wine cellar attack there that we saw from the previous, or that we've seen from pretty much every time on Cholet, which was let's push in through the wine cellar hallway, let's push upstairs into the trophy and the master, maintain control over those roamers, and then it's pretty standard take from there. Unfortunately, the INTZ roam game, while it was able to influence that attack somewhat, was not able to do it enough. Before the roamers started dying off one by one, and then the anchors got collapsed upon because they didn't have a rock to pivot on in those roamers, and that was pretty much it. That was the round.
PZD and Kamikaze, the top two people we identified on Black Dragons as members you need to watch, they're stepping it up today.
Oh yeah, they definitely did have a very dominating performance. Now sometimes it can be just one particular player's day, and if they manage to step up and make it work, then that's all that really matters in the end. And in this case, I have to say, you know, normally you don't point a finger at one player out of 5 in this game
this
because
case,
it's so
2 out of 5.
team-oriented. But in this case, yes, Kamikaze and PCD, they really did step it up.
Now, our second map of this series is going to be on Cafe. Cafe is one of those maps that has seen a lot of play throughout Season 1 previously. This season, it's kind of taken a back seat on some series, but this time it's going to be making an appearance here as map number 2. Again, we know that there's only 2 primary bomb sites, the third one being that bakery and kitchen, never seen in the Pro League just yet, to my knowledge. And so we're likely to see that top floor bar and cocktail lounge, as well as the the mine room and the fireplace.
Yep, and we're going to see a bunch of repetition on that map as well, because that's kind of how the map plays out. You defend the top floor, you wait for the attackers to come from Cigar and Piano, and they do that, and then you kill them as they push in through those lanes. Or sometimes they attack into the cocktail lounge, and there's a little bit of a mix-up, and you have to turn your gun the other way. But as the defenders, it's pretty simple. And then when it comes to a train defense, again, it's a little bit more variation. You know, we see off-site play. We see sometimes the attackers come from red stairs. And, of course, we are going to get into the game here in moments, guys. Black Dragons, again, starting on attack, starting on defense. But you know, sometimes we see a little bit of variation in terms of how we're going to hold the bomb site, how we're going to attack the bomb site on train. But for the most part, the top site seems to be kind of just repetition. And it comes down to whichever team can fit themselves or file themselves into that said repetition most efficiently.
Yeah, and I'm really curious to see if any of the Latin American teams here today, if we see Cafe in the next series or just on this series right now, if we're going to see anything taken from the ENTZ game, the ENTZ and, what was it, ENTZ and Supremacy. So it was ENTZ and Supremacy, okay. I think it was. That's where we saw the no Thermite, no Hibana meta. Or strategy, we'll call it. Not meta, but strategy. And I'm curious if there's anything out of that we will see come out from Black Dragons or ENTZ today on Cafe.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'd be more interested to see some Black Dragons strategy, maybe. But I seriously doubt that they're going to be referencing Black Dragons strategy sorry, not Black Dragons, excuse me. Bittersweet is the team I was thinking of. I'd like to see some Bittersweet stuff, but I seriously doubt that either of these teams are going to be referencing Bittersweet strategy in their gameplay. While the Bittersweet stuff was really cool, I love their coordinated attack on the cocktail lounge.
That was a failed toss by FK. He tries to vault over, throw it up into, ultimately, I think it went over into the north wall.
You don't even have to do that vault to get the camera there. I'm pretty sure you can just throw it on, but it doesn't matter. I mean, whatever, as long as the result that you want happens, right? Now, anyway, yeah, I'd love to see some Bittersweet stuff, but I seriously doubt either of these teams are going to be referencing that in this game.
And Ty will likely spot out GCR on the white stairs as he moves back up all the way to the top floor. And it looks as though Black Dragon's not necessarily going to pay too much attention to him. They're going to go onto the top floor and likely just look for some peeks initially, and then likely push on down through the skylight as well as red stairs.
And this is, ladies and gentlemen, Cafe top floor attack 101, Cafe top floor defense 101. No big changes being made here. I suppose the aggression from Lend into the Cigar Lounge is a little bit different. They also have, I like the holes that they've made for these C4s that they're going to be throwing up through the floor. You can see them right there in the piano room. I like that, you know, that's somewhat of a bit of a change there. Interestingly, though, there's not enough barbed wire placed on Cigar doorway, and because of that, Lend is going to be taken out very early by Kamikaze due to a distinct lack of barbed wire.
You can see the drone here that Kamikaze's on is going to be helping to watch the flank from a safer distance than actually putting a gun to it. And here's going to be another nade getting rid of some more barbed wire for the push-in that's going to come through in about a minute 20 seconds. Ninja, he's tucked away inside of the freezer. He has some mirror windows to his left side, but it's not going to prove to be too useful as he's going to focus his way over here towards the door. Tosses out a C4, however, tags one, tags two. Ninja picking up a C4 and a vector kill, and then gets traded right back down by Glass, pushing into the freezer. He now sees GCR gets injured in the process, and that's going to be a kill in favor of INTZ. 2-on-2 now with Ninja, or sorry, Ty and 9XT. Last two members alive. It's going to be a 2-on-1 now with FK, who's off-site. He's going to be downstairs on the second floor. He's got one of two stairwells to come on upstairs. The drone's going to actually spot him out. He's going to call it towards the red stairs. We're going to spot Ty and Ninja, or sorry, 9XT. Look on over towards Piano. They might actually use that mirror window to their advantage. The plant will go down successfully. Now FK has to either go through this doorway or go through the piano, and 9XT is going to spot him here. He's now giving away his position, moves on forward, some more flashbangs coming through. That's going to force a little bit of a slowdown from FK. You can see it, there's about 30 seconds to go. He's got to force his way in, takes a couple more bullets. 9XT is going to come out on top of this. No, it's going to be Ty. Swinging on loud from the middle of bar to take out FK. Round number one is going to go to Black Dragons.
You can see there the problem for INTZ was they had their freezer player doing work and putting in the effort, but unfortunately whomever was playing on the A-bomb side, if there was anyone playing on the A-bomb side there from INTZ, really didn't peak when it was necessary. When you've got people dropping down the skylight, you've got attackers coming in through the bar lounge, and they're trying to go into the bomb site and get that defuse plant, that's when you start peaking. That's when you start supporting your freeze hold. Unfortunately, that never happened. And when it did, inevitably, it was a 2 versus 2, and already the ground had been lost. So also another important factor there for INTZ, they didn't put any barbed wire, or it didn't look like, I did not see any broken barbed wire in the doorway to Cigar Lounge. And that's all well and good. I understand that. You know, the attackers will inevitably break that barbed wire. That's to be expected. But then why are you going to play a Jaeger in there? Because then you're basically
utilize utility.
Yeah, sure, you have to utilize your utility, but that's not what I'm trying to get at. I mean, it's just, why would you play a Jaeger in there if you're not going to cover him with barbed wire? Then anyone can just waltz up and take that fight and win it with their Peeker's advantage. And we saw just that happen, not only with Peeker's advantage, but I mean, up against an SMG-11 from a sledge. You're not going to win that fight as a Jaeger. Just standing in a corner holding a 90-degree angle. That's what barbed wire is for. That's what makes that's what slows down the game the way that it for the defenders.
Yeah, we actually saw, I want to say it was something very similar, not on Cafe, it was on Consulate. I want to say it was in the EU region. We saw no, it was actually in the Latin American scene. We saw 0 barbed wire on the yellow stairs, and it was just, I want to say, I'm drawing a blank on who exactly it was, but it was basically a member just ran right down the stairs, killed three people or so inside a garage, and it's all because the gameplay wasn't slowed down with the barbed wire.
Yeah, and look at, that's unfortunate there. Ty's going to take a little bit of damage and lose his mirror window that he's only just placed because of a south window repel from Silence. Now, we've seen the south window repel used put to great effect in the past. Elevate used it to beat out CTM in the last season. You know, there's been some really great instances of that influencing these rounds, but and it is going to be putting INTZ now in a slightly better position than they were previously, at least in this round, and they might be the first round they're going to win in this series.
And there's going to be Ninja picking up a kill on a Psycho. That's going to be the first downed player of the round. Let's take a look here. Kamikaze still trying to spot out who is repelling. Now, unfortunately for PZD, he's on the wrong side of this mirror window, but it's not necessarily his role to hold down the piano room. He's just going to be holding down the top of those white stairs.
So that's actually a worrisome mirror window there from Black Dragons. It's facing towards the A bomb site. The mirror window assists sure in the the White Hall hold, but the White Hall hold is almost like essential to holding this top floor. You need to have that control as a defender. It's even more important than Freezer, arguably. So it's kind of interesting that mirror is placed backwards as compared to most teams would place it.
And 9XT will pick up the kill with a 416 there onto Len. We are going to spot this dwindle down. 60 seconds remains in the round. INTZ still trying to push down from above. You've got Silence and GCR up here as Ninja is working his way, I believe, on the red stairs. Still 4 on 3. There's GCR opening up the drop hatch. Spotted out. I think that was Kamikaze on the stairs waiting for someone to push in. Realizing that that hatch had not been opened up, he kind of felt a little bit safe until then. Now Kamikaze will go for the push, but Ninja's underneath. He's going to get spotted out, though, from the bakery camera. What a misstep. And that's going to be Kamikaze having the reaction time that he needed to just pick up the kill. It's now a 2-on-4 in favor of Black Dragons. We most likely will see this go into a 2-0 victory. There's some couple shots. Kamikaze peeking on upstairs, and GCR's there to meet him. He will get that frag. Couple wall bangs in through the half stairs. We're going to see INTZ try to push in from the red cigar lounge. 10 seconds to go. Silence trying to move in forward, takes a peek for the camera. However, the flank from around wouldn't be unsuccessful as we will have PZD fall, but Silence gets taken out as well as GCR. And 9XT will then pick up a double kill. I think that might have been a 3 or 4K for him this round. Wonderful job here.
Yeah, and there's that A bomb site pressure I was talking about earlier. When you have somebody playing on side of the A bomb site on the Cocktail Lounge, he needs to be able to influence the B bomb site. He needs to be able to challenge that long angle. And if he's able to successfully, he will single-handedly be able to win that round. And that's another reason when I talk about that mirror window that's inside of the freezer facing towards A from freezer. A lot of the times the attackers are going to have control over freezer, and then once they do that, then your A bomb site player is nullified by this mirror window, which is facing towards them.
Yep.
In this instance, didn't end up mattering though. Black Dragons denying that control to INTZ, and now they're going to be putting themselves in that 2-0 like you talked about. So another bar defense here coming out from INTZ. It's going to be their second attempt. They were unsuccessful the first time. And what it really came down to, the reason they were unsuccessful the first time was honestly just Black Dragons challenged straight on in through Skylight and Cigar, and there was almost no contention whatsoever. One single piece of barbed wire placed in their way, and it was at an interval where it didn't really mean terribly much, especially not if someone's going to try and fight that, or if no one's going to try and fight that.
Now, one of the things that we are not seeing come out of the woodwork from the attacking side of either of these teams is a Thatcher. And to me...
We just saw a Thatcher in the last round.
We did?
Yeah, I think pretty sure.
Well, at least on the attacking squad here for Black Dragons, we're not seeing a Thatcher, which means that if the mirror windows go facing towards Piano, they aren't going to get opened up very easily unless the floor gets opened up from below, which we haven't seen much happen. We haven't seen much of that happen because the teams typically don't push that pressure in from the reading room.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, the reason I think that we don't see a lot of that underneath pressure coming out is because once you put yourself downstairs in the reading room, right? How do you get upstairs? There's 2 sets of stairs, and that's it. There's no other way. You can rappel outside through one of the windows, sure, but that is, well, that's dangerous. It's very loud, and you're giving your position away. Plus, most of those positions can be easily flanked by a defender. But when you're inside the reading room, yeah, you can apply the vertical pressure, but you are stuck there. That's the only way you can influence the round. Plus, the defenders can rotate onto you so easily. It's just a scary position to play. Last time I saw somebody push themselves into reading room and use that position aptly was ENTZ. I think it was Chate. It might have been Chate, but whomever it was on ENTZ, they were pushing into reading room, using that Ash charge to Ash the below freezer and throwing up flashbangs on their push into the Cigar, and it did add a very good element to their attack. But it was again a very dangerous attack position to be playing. So usually, yeah, that vertical pressure doesn't really come out from below, but of course, plenty of vertical pressure from above, as you can see Black Dragons yet again on top of the roof. This is the Cafe Attack 101.
Kamikaze has managed to get his way into the Cigar Lounge. A little bit more barbed wire than I think was previously put in here. Even though it's on the edges of the doors, that's going to forego a lot of utility usage from the attackers. They're just going to have to use a nade to get rid of some. FK, however, will pick off the shots there onto Psycho, and a trade will come out from 9XT, getting the frag down onto Silence. That's actually Rooketing taken out of commission here, so a 4-on-4 is going to ensue. 60 seconds to go. We're going to have a little bit of some information gathering here as the drones come flying out. PCD might take advantage of some of this. He's going to move in very slightly. He knows that one's going to be in freezer. It looks like another one might be inside of the drywall back by the white stairs. I think he got spotted out. We saw one of the drones hop back forward. There are 40 seconds to go. PCD still holding down the freezer port, and we're going to see Kamikaze toss a nade in there. Gets destroyed by the ADS. And now he's going to go in for the rush. Kamikaze goes in. He's got the LMG L85 in hand. PZD, though, picks up the headshot there into GCR. Len coming around for the flank, though, and the diffuser's actually still upstairs. No one is going to get that diffuser. It's all downstairs. They're all inside of the site,
no.
and they do not have it in tandem, and that means Lend is going to be here at the top of the red stairs. He's just going to stay put for now. A 2-on-3 now, looks towards Cigar, misses his target. 9XT comes out on top of that. FK is going to be the last man alive. They realize they have to find him. He's going to be all the way downstairs, and unfortunately, he's going to get one. Can he get the other? He's going to go for the knife, but he misses it. Ty comes swinging out hard with the knife, and he will pick up the kill with just seconds to spare.
Oh, a little bit of a mistake there from Black Dragons, but despite that fact, they are just very clearly outclassing INTZ here. That's their third round in a row here on Cafe, and I think their 8th round in a row overall on this entire series. Now, Black Dragons continuing their dominance. In that defense from INTZ, it was an interesting one. They did manage to pick off the glass early on, and because they got rid of that glass, they did kind of alleviate a little bit of pressure straight in through the cigar room. But despite that alleviation, what ended up happening was, again, and I talked about this earlier, just Black Dragon straight up waltzed into the bomb site and outclassed, just won all those fights. That's it. That's it. That's the extent of that last round. Because Black Dragons should have, in theory, been able to hold that. But they just, again, they're not challenging their angles. They're not holding down their anchors. And because of that, INTZ is they're just not able to win these rounds.
So now we're going to see Black Dragons use their second defensive turn to go into the mining room and fireplace, which, again, is almost a guaranteed pick. There's not been a team that we can recall that actually goes downstairs to the kitchen, which we're looking at right now, and for very good reason.
Yeah, because you go down into the kitchen and the attackers establish that crossfire we talked about earlier, and that's the end of the round. Congratulations.
Something tells me with how well Black Dragons has been performing today that they could pull it off if they wanted to today.
They've been doing some really silly stuff. So if you want to go ahead and do some more silly things and keep winning off those silly things, then all freaking right. I would love to see that. It would be cool, definitely. You know, for example, leaving the diffuser on the roof is it almost cost them that last round, but they still managed to make it work. So
I was very surprised to see how quickly they collapsed on Valkyrie downstairs in the basement.
I guarantee you their comms were going something like this. Guys, we left diffuser on the roof. What? Who left diffuser on the roof? Go, go, go! Hunt them down! And yeah, exactly that happened.
So here we are now, ladies and gents. First kill is going to be from Silence there onto Kamikaze, taking off one of their top fraggers. That's going to be a little bit of a good kill, taking out Pulse such early on. Now, Psycho is going to be inside a cocktail lounge. Silence going to hold down the corner there. It looks as though there are a total of two more players from Black Dragons on the top side. It's going to be Psycho and I think 9XT. I'm sorry, no, 9 is downstairs. It's going to be all Psycho.
What a flick from Psycho.
Now looks as though Psycho tries to go for some shots through the corner of the humidor. Misses his target though onto GCR and takes a couple bullets in the feed from FK looking through the skylight. And 9X is on these back stairs and needs to be holding down the push from Piano, trying to make sure that Psycho can maintain control of the cocktail lounge.
Oh, and yeah, he's done that, by the way. Now here's the important fact is that he has held this control now for 2 minutes of the round. And he's just chilling, just hanging out. You know, Kamikaze's off the board, sure, but other than that, the attackers haven't really accomplished anything in this entire round, unfortunately.
So now looks as though Silence is going to try to work his way, plays a little bit of pressure here from the west windows of Mining Room. But again, this is a typical spot. Applying pressure from this window isn't necessarily something you can do too much of. GCR, however, will take down 9X and then we see Len getting traded off as well as FK. It's a 3-on-3 now. Looks like Black Dragons may have slipped up a little bit there. Psycho, however, picks off one, and Ty comes swinging out after realizing the Blackbeard's now navigated off of the window. Last minute alive is going to be Ninja. In a 3-on-1, he's going to need to get this clutch here. He's tucked himself inside of the reading room. We talked about how vulnerable of a position this is. He's going to go for one, goes on up the white stairs. The diffuser's already been taken down to commission. It's going to be inside a bar. He realizes it needs to go up there. They're going to be stationed. You already see Psycho by the bar, and we're going to have PCD underneath. So here he goes. Ninja's going to have to turn some corners, look around. And unfortunately, there's not enough time. Even if he kills Psycho here, he does not have enough time to get down to the diffuser, or get down to the bomb site, plant that diffuser. And round number 4 will go to Black Dragons. And that's going to be a 4-0 lead right now. We are 1 round away from a 10-0, our first 10-0 of this season.
It's been a while since we've seen a 10-0, but looks like this is going to be it. Of course, INTZ could just step up here and show us something different, but I doubt it. Black Dragons seeming very just absolutely dominant here in this matchup. I think it's pretty straightforward. No, that last round, Black Dragons maintain control of the top floor for the extent of the round, and you don't often see that. I think it's just a supreme amount of confidence that Black Dragons is putting into their gameplay here. You saw that run out from Thai, just kind of vault out the window.
That was a 3 armor, 1 speed.
Exactly.
Like, you don't vault out if you're a 1 speed.
And they're he was challenging a Blackbeard. That's just usually, by most standards, that's considered just throwing.
Suicide, yes.
Right, suicide. And in this instance, it was, well, it got them a kill, put them ahead.
To me, that just has to scream they had a Valkyrie came out there, because he
probably,
knows
yeah.
that Blackbeard was on the window. Shots were coming through towards the mirror window. So it's like, at that perfect time, you're going to hop out. How do you know that? And that's because of the Valkyrie cameras outside.
I mean, all in all, everything aside, it's just Black Dragons oozing confidence right now.
Obviously, we have a mirror trying to go for a peek.
Well, this is INTZ, but yeah. I think INTZ at this point is just figuring, hey, well, we may as well go out with a bang, and they are going to get 2 kills onto the board before the trade backs happen.
And there it goes back and forth. It's now going to be a 4-on-2. INTZ just going all out, saying, look, we have nothing left to lose. We do need to go for some kills here. He tags off 2 or 3 members. Now, this is where you have to take a notice and say, let's back it up. Let's get back on the site. We did our work. Continuing to be over-aggressive will be the downfall of INTZ on this round.
Yeah, and to be honest, when we were talking about Kamikaze still being one of the players left alive, he could clutch us up. He's clutched these before. He wins these.
Same with a Blackbeard. I mean, Blackbeard and Kamikaze combined, guess what? 5-on-2.
Not to belittle 9XT, also a fantastic player. I mean, overall, they still have 2 minutes. They still have their utility. They can still clutch this up.
They have the potential too, and it looks as though Silence will start to get his team back in full health. It looks as though 9X is a little cautious, not exactly sure where those shots are coming from. Not sure if it's the left or the right side. He actually will spot out Jaeger. He's now gotten his target, gonna look for it here.
All down to 9XT now.
He has been called out. There are the shots. He misses his target, though. 9X is going to give away the position. We're going to see, look, like a push out from the top of the white stairs. A little bit of position. And there is 9XT picking up 1. He's got 3 more to go. And this over-aggressiveness from INTZ could be the downfall. There's still over half the round to go. And 9X realizes this. And now he's just going to continue on his way.
Oh, it sucks that we're not going to be seeing, well, in all likelihood, we're not going to be seeing a 10-0. But 10-1 maybe. That was a good play there by INTZ. I really like that aggression onto the south spawn. Although it's interesting that they read into the fact that Black Dragons all spawned at the south spawn. What is that? What's happening in Black Dragons to compel them to, hey, let's everybody spawn south? I mean, there's 2 other viable options on Cafe, but regardless, that's where Black Dragon chose to spawn, and it did end up costing him the round, as you saw INTZ peek out by 4 different
a couple shots
angles.
going on through. He didn't realize that there were punch holes on the fireplace wall. He's going to get spotted, get hit in the side. He's got about 30 health. The final bullet from Lind will go land onto him inside of the red carpet, and that is going to be INTZ securing their first round of this series. They've got a long road ahead of them if they want to make this comeback happen.
Comeback INTZ? Nope, doubtful. They'd have to win 3 rounds in a row, but they can get to certainly try. Now, what happened on that last round, I touched on it earlier, is just straight up, INTZ peeked from 4 different angles onto the south spawn, and they read into Black Dragon's strategy perfectly as, hey, look at that. That's where everyone from Black Dragon spawned, which was, you know, I don't know if you remember, but the game used to spawn everyone at the same spot on attack. You voted to pick where you spawned in raids, and of course since then we've had a unique spawn added. But in those days, spawn peeking was infinitely more prevalent than it is now, because you could just figure out, hey, they spawned over there, and everyone from the defense team could then coordinate to contain that, and that's what we just saw.
Not only did INTZ quote-unquote guess right or know correctly, but Black Dragons missed an opportunity there to realize with their drones, hey, they're spawn peeking here. I mean, how many times do we see drones just kept outside to look for spawn peaks? We see that so often, and Black Dragons just didn't see it, or if they did, they just didn't win their gunfights.
Yeah, that's really is what it comes down to. Interesting that they didn't win their gunfights, because that has been the redeeming quality for pretty much the extent of this match so far.
As we get underway with round number 6 of this map, we are going to see, looks like Silence the Lone Wolf out by Park Alley, as the rest of the members from INTZ will be spawning by the Christmas spawn.
That sucks. If PZD had stayed on that for like 10 more seconds, he might have actually been able to take out Silence, who looked like he might have been going for that ladder. But it's not going to matter. Silence on the Blackbeard anyway. If he'd been able to establish, he would have won that fight.
And we saw the 2 roamers underneath. That's going to be 9XT and Psycho trying to hold down the restaurant all the way downstairs by the half stairs.
Kamikaze trying to mute the music. Don't think you can do that one.
No, I don't think you can mute inside of the piano room, which is unfortunate.
Yeah,
you can do strip club and clubhouse. You can do border the speakers outside. You can do almost every other sound.
Yeah.
Except for the sprinklers and alarms.
Yeah, ambient noise sucks. Now INTZ, they're gonna have control over this. Well, not much, to be honest. They have control over the bakery, but they're very slowly pushing in through this first floor, and we don't see a first floor to second floor to third floor take very often. But hey, that's what INTZ is opting for here. They, of course, do have Silence pressuring on this south balcony or south window, and he's gonna take out Thigh. Good kill there, but still a long road ahead.
Yeah, he lost one of his shields in the process, though, and that's a 5-on-4.
So one of the 3 lives gone there for Blackbeard. That's awesome.
Now Ninja is going to be underneath. I believe it was Ninja's drone earlier that had spotted out 9XT and Psycho, so they're still very cautious. Psycho will pick up the kill there into FK. And a little push out from the connector of Bakery. Now, we're going to have Kamikaze spending a lot of time trying to get back into the Bakery. He will take down Silence. Wonderful rush out and push out there. And there's going to be 1 member left alive, and that's going to be it. 9XT wins the round for his team. We are going to see Black Dragons secure their 2-0 victory in a 10-1 fashion. Wonderful job here by Black Dragons, and that's going to be it for this series.
Yeah, and you got to imagine that Black Dragons is feeling pretty bummed that they didn't get their 10-0. But 10-1's good. You know, it's a decent scoreline. And unfortunately, INTZ didn't really put up much of a fight here.
10-0, 10-1 doesn't change the prize pool, so I'm sure Black Dragon's still walking away super happy. I bet you they are very, not frustrated, but they're upset and kind of bummed, we'll say, that they couldn't put this kind of performance up against BRK last week.
Yeah, well, you know, BRK is one of those teams that I feel like they definitely have been seeming a lot stronger in the season overall. So I kind of expected the result that we saw Black Dragons versus BRK, and it was a little bit closer, of course, but you know, they did put up a fight. You know, they certainly try.
They did, and so we are going to get underway with some highlights here from our 2 maps, which is started off on Chalet, and then took us to Cafe. Starting here, Chalet, we had Kamikaze and Kamikaze and PZD just dominate full force onto this entire 5-0 victory for Black Dragons. That
was a clutch. That was an incredible clutch, by the way, that Kamikaze smoke 1 versus 3, turning it into a 2 versus 1. That was a great job for him by Kamikaze. And then, you know, obviously the aggression through from PZD throughout this entire matchup as well has been just some great work there for Black Dragons. And okay, so that kill right there. Yes, Kamikaze ended up dying, but he did so much more work on that roam on red stairs than he really should have been able to get done. Unfortunately, INTZ just kind of getting a little bit lax there with their roam hunt.
They were. I mean, we saw INTZ just unfortunately not able to step up their game. They missed a lot of opportunities. Not necessarily, I don't want to say mistakes were made, but just opportunities were missed. They didn't take advantage of things.
Yeah, on the other side of the fence, Black Dragons were just kind of going for everything.
Yeah. They're like, we got it. Very confident gameplay as we saw. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the end of our first series. Our second series, however, is going to be a little bit ways away. We're going to have to take an extended break for some time-sensitive Latin American Pro League scheduling conflicts, we'll say. So with that, our second series of the day is going to be our top teams from the Pro League of the Latin American scene. It's going to be BRK E-sprots and Team Fontt, formerly known as Santos Dexterity. Those are our 2 teams that are going to play next. However, like I said, we're going to take a long extended break. It's going to be, I want to say, somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 30 minutes. But be sure to tune back, and we'll be here for the remainder of the game. So please stick with us momentarily, and we'll see you in a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the 7th playday, the 7th week here for the Latin American Pro League scene for the Rainbow Six Siege. My name is Sean Bloodbath Rosenbaum. Here's Kickstar, and we just got done witnessing a 10-1 victory in favor of Black Dragons over INTZ E-sprots.
Yeah, very dominating one. Not much to talk about, to be honest. Black Dragons is really outclassing INTZ. Something's going on with INTZ today, I guess. They didn't really show up to the party, and well, they did manage to win one round, arguably kind of just based off a gamble. It was, hey, let's peek outside and let's do it to the south, and everybody from Black Dragons spawned south, so that worked out great.
Yes, and as we said earlier, we did have an extended break. We apologize for that, but we are here ready to get underway with our second series. It's going to be between the top 1 and top 2 teams, or the top 2 teams ultimately, from the playoffs of the Latin American scene. It's going to be BRK Esports and Team Fontt. Team Fontt, formerly known as Santos Dexterity. They changed their name, I believe, or changed organizations last week, which is why we are...
Pretty recent.
Yeah, pretty recent, which is why we're constantly staying in here just to let you guys know, where did Santos Dexterity go? They're now known as Team Fontt. So with that, let's take a look at our rosters for the day. It's going to start off with Team Fontt. And this roster looks very familiar because these guys have not necessarily had too much of a stir-up. We know Astro, we know Gohan, we know Cameraman. And then I believe they recently brought on Moringa and Mav since last season.
And this is, of course, the team that played at the Invitational, representing the Latin American region, and they had a good show of it. They didn't actually make it very far, but they still did very well. And since then, of course, they did not come to this last LAN event, but in this particular season, they've been very strong. They've been dominating performance, actually. The team that they're going to be playing up against today, they 2-0'd previously in the group stages, which is, I mean, if that's not dominance, I don't know what it is. You know, 2-0ing the other top 2 team out of Latin America. That's, yeah, they're very strong this season.
Yeah, and Team Fontt is actually, I think, the final team in the Pro League for Season 2, not just the Latin American scene, but the Pro League altogether out of all regions that is still undefeated. I don't think there's a team in North America.
Yeah, so if they 2-0 BRK for a second time today, then they'll remain undefeated. And they'll be the only ones who have done that.
Yes, like you said, I think we talked previously how there's been the only team to be quote-unquote close to being undefeated has been your team during Season 2, as well as Excellence and Vertical Gaming. They've both have lost
Vertical
only one map.
Yeah, Vertical is technically the same team as my team's Season 2. I mean, not the same players necessarily, but it's the same slot. It's the same, you know, the same team carrying over.
Now, that is Team Fontt. Those are our 5 players we're going to be keeping an eye on today. Astro and Gohan have been the 2 players that constantly stick out to me as just winning a lot of their engagements, winning almost everything. I mean, we see Astro after, what is this, 7 weeks of play, 4 series already in the bag.
Yeah.
We see a 2.05 KD, which we don't give a lot of weight to the KDR, but when you're getting at least 2 kills for every death, that is something noteworthy.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that is going to be the top 5 players, or not top 5, the 5 players here from Team Fontt. We're going to get underway with our second roster. It's going to be with BRK Esports.
Yeah, and BRK, similar to Team Fontt, have been having a good go of this particular season, but of course they did lose to Team Fontt earlier in the group stages, so they're going to be looking to get that revenge today. And I'm sure we have a roster to show you in just a bit, but there it is, BRK Esports. It's going to be Zig, Yuke, Juan, Nesk, and Julio. Now, of course, Nesk's going to be the player that everyone's going to be talking about when it from BRK, but overall, BRK, the whole squad, has been showing us some tremendous play throughout this season.
Yeah, and the Nesk that we saw during Season 1, and we saw at the LAN event getting all the way up to the Grand Finals to play against Penta, the Nesk we saw in that is not necessarily the same Nesk we're seeing this season. Nesk has kind of transitioned off of the Valkyrie player. He's now picking up the Jaeger, and I believe it's been One who has taken over that role of the Valkyrie.
Yeah, and of course they beat out Merciless in that first bracket, and then later managed to make it here. I mean, in the playoffs, they beat out Black Dragons. And Black Dragons is a team, well, we just saw it get a 10-1, and no matter who you're going up against, 10-1 is pretty impressive. So the fact that BRK managed to win that and then now push themselves into this match is a statement by itself. But also, again, equally, you know, you still got to factor in that Fontt did beat out BRK previously.
You did, and I mean the rosters are the same set of 5 that played up against each other. So, to me, that VOD going back and looking at week number 3 when these two teams played, that VOD is going to be what both of these teams use as their primary source of what can we make sure we work on? What can we make sure we don't have happen again? What obstacles or what opportunities did we miss, and how can we capitalize on it? And that's ultimately got to be one of the hardest things, to go back and look at your own gameplay, replay it, and say, look, I screwed up there, and admit that, and then go and say, okay, here we go. Here's how we get better.
I mean, most of the people who make it into the Pro League or make their way this far into the Pro League, by the way, because, you know, previously in Pro League season, we've had, like, totally, absolutely casual Pro League players. I mean, there's guys who just kind of just kind of go cruise through it. Where we are right now, though, the majority of them have been completely filtered out. There's still some, but it's almost none. And now the people who are at this level of play at this point in Siege, looking back on your VODs and saying, well, I messed up there, I should not do that again, is an essential factor for pretty much anybody at this level of play. If you can't look back on your mistakes and say, hey, I messed up, how do I fix that, and put the effort in, then your team's not going to be winning much.
I'd agree with that. So, ladies and gentlemen, those are going to be our two teams, our two final teams. Again, those are the two teams that are going to make it to the LAN event here in Cologne, Germany. Or I say here, they're in Cologne, Germany, which we can't wait to get to.
No, it's going to be fun. I mean, not only is it going to be a great event for Siege, but also, you know, Gamescom's just through and through going to be an exciting event to be at.
So for those of you that are at home sitting and watching saying, what is Gamescom? Gamescom is basically the European version of PAX, if I remember correctly. It's I've never been there. I can't wait to go either. But basically, it is a huge gaming event where lots of different video game publishers, companies, developers are all going to be in a big expo, we'll say.
Yeah, it's going to be great fun. We do have the bands, ladies and gentlemen, to show you what maps we're going to be bringing ourselves to here between Fontt and BRK.
So Team Fontt is going to pick off the first band, followed by BRK Esports. And again, 9 maps in the pool. Teams are going to go back and forth, banning one by one until there's only 3 maps left. When those 3 maps are left, we're going to have Team Fontt choose the first map to play on. BRK will choose the second. And that third and final map that's still left in the pool or still left in the running will be the one chosen for the best of 3. That third map to be the decider match, should we get to it. Which I feel like we ultimately will.
Yeah, Coastline going to be banned out here by the Fontt to start things off, and that makes total sense because BRK was one of those teams that showed us Coastline play previously in the Pro League, and they were very proficient at Coastline as well. Clubhouse going to be banned out by BRK. That's no big surprise there, as well as it's just a map that I don't think BRK is going to want to be playing on. Not many teams do these days.
I mean, it kind of got a little bit overplayed, or we'll call it saturated with certain strategies and operators during Season 2 and Season 3 of last year. But that was before the Latin American scene had made it to the Pro League scene here in ESL. And so it's I'd say a little odd that we aren't seeing it at all. I don't think we've seen it yet here in the Pro League for Rainbows, or for Latin America.
That's not a very popular map, to be honest, through and through. Border also being banned out. Now that's another counter pick. That's, you know, most teams don't ban Border unless they really don't want to face the other team's Border. And Fontt has had a good history on Border in the past, so that stands to reason. Skyscraper going to be another one of Fontt's bans, and it just seems like Fontt doesn't want to risk the abnormal here from BRK, as well as they don't want to take BRK's Cafe, which stands. These are all counter picks from Fontt right now.
Then Oregon will be the last pick banned from BRK. That leaves Bank, Chalet, and Coastline, 2 of the 3 maps that we almost got a chance to see. Oh, sorry, Consulate, not Coastline. So that means, you know, we said Bank, Chalet, Consulate. I'm feeling like Bank will be that decider match like it was going to be for the last series. It's
possible. You know, obviously it's down to the preference of these two teams, but yeah, Bank is usually, again, it's one of those maps that gets kind of pushed into a corner and said, we'll play, but we don't really want to. So if we can avoid it. But some teams, you know, some teams have put into practice. I think BRK is going to be one of those teams that actually is comfortable on Bank. So who knows? Maybe BRK will pick it.
So Team Fontt, again, of those final 3 maps, will choose the first one to play on. BRK Esports will then go ahead and choose the side they want to begin on the opponent's map, followed up then by BRK choosing the second map to be played, and then Team Fontt will choose the starting side for that map. If we get to that third map, if we get to whichever one it will be, after we get done with the pick phase, if we get to that third map, the admins will go do a coin toss. And that coin toss will determine the sides that each team starts on for the third and final map. Now, Team Fontt, again, as we previously had said, won 2-0 in a, I don't want to say it was a decisive victory, but if you just glance at a 2-0, that's a 2-0 victory. So
they were close rounds. You know, BRK did put up a heck of a fight, but they ultimately didn't get him to that third map, so that's the important factor there. Bank's actually going to be picked by Fontt, not BRK, so that's going to be some aggressive selection there from Fontt. And I think, honestly, again, if I'm going to pick two teams to bring it to Bank, it's probably going to be Fontt and BRK both. You know, these are teams that have, in the past, shown us their proficiency on Bank.
Yeah,
Consulate going to be picked next from BRK. And that'll be our map number 2. So Chalet, the map we saw played earlier, is actually going to be that decider map, which I'm happy about.
I am too. I think Bank is a map that I want to see more play of, and like I said earlier, it's been the scene, or it's been in the Latin American scene more prevalent than any of the other regions. And I think Team Fontt is a team that has shown us some good stuff in previous matches on Bank. I recall this is one of the teams that went ahead and I want to say it was actually. These were the guys that played Nox Gaming on Bank during the first week. Maybe it might have been BRK. However, actually no, it was BRK. BRK played Nox, and then Merciless was.
You were the one casting it. This was the day that I was not here.
Yeah, you're right. It was. So it started off with BRK and Merciless for the first matchup of the first week. Santos Dexterity, now known as Team Fontt, played Nox Gaming, and they played on Bank. And Nox was the team that chose all 4 bomb sites, and. At the time, Santos Dexterity, now Team Fontt, just kind of obliterated it.
Yeah, so Team Fontt obviously very comfortable here on Bank. Now, Nox did have a really rough go of the season, and I don't know if that's really a scale you want to be comparing to BRK, who on the other side of things has been having a great season overall. The only real struggle that they ever had was with Team Fontt. So it's going to be a big question mark. I think, though, Team Fontt's got to be comfortable going into this match having that ban phase, to be honest. I
think so as well. I mean, Bank is definitely a map they're comfortable on. Then going on to the second map of Consulate.
Both these teams are going to be Consulate fans. I mean, Consulate's a very versatile map that most teams are well practiced in.
I'm curious to see. I mean, we've talked about it before at the 6th Invitational. We talked about it during the Season 1 LAN Finals. How the Latin American scene, what they tend to do is they do these pocket aggressions. They've identified roamers, they hunt roamers down. I want to see how that's going to unfold and how that's going to basically look in Consulate, because Consulate is a reasonably sized map. It's not the largest, it's also not the smallest, but there tends to be roamers on almost every single floor. We see Paul's typically playing underneath of Piano or inside of Piano if the bomb site's top floor. We see him. We see Valkyrie playing a very similar role. Jaeger's got free roam of the entire map. So
I mean, Constant's gonna be interesting, but I'm more interested in the Bank roam game. I mean, we're talking about a map that it's one of the biggest maps in the Pro League right now, with so much surface area and so many square footage for the defenders to roam around in. And I want to see if we're gonna have Jackal play. I mean, we've seen Jackal played a couple times before on Bank by a number of different teams, like Flipside, for example. And I think that equally to Consulate, you got to be able to aggressively hunt down those roamers and get them out of the picture before actually positioning yourself to take onto the bomb site.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to cut to a short break here, just a few moments, while we wait for the Brazilian Latin American Pro League stream to get caught up with their time schedule and some of their time commitments. So please bear with us, and we'll be back in a few short minutes, and we'll continue on with the first of this best-of-3 series. Stick around, guys. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, again with week number 7 of the Rainbow Six Pro League for the Latin American scene here. And we are just about to get underway with our first of 3 maps, or first of potential 3 maps in this series between BRK Esports and Team Fontt. Bank's going to be that first map. Team Fontt is the team that chose it, and we've seen them play very successfully on it previously.
Yeah, but equally, we've seen BRK play on it, I believe, and you know, both of these teams, you know, really going to be confident on Bank. I do think it's going to favor Fontt overall, but I don't know. I think through and through it's going to be a good match. It will likely go pretty deep into the round count. I don't think it's going to be like what we just witnessed earlier today.
I would very much be surprised if it came to a 10-1 in favor of either of these 2 teams. However, Team Fontt is one of the teams that brought us, I want to say, the mirror strat inside of the open area of Bank. Talking about Bank here, regardless if the bomb site is downstairs, if it's in open area, or if it's in the tellers and archives, we've seen that hold from the defenders inside of the open area more times than not coming out of the Latin American scene. And I think it's something that is fairly new to this season. I haven't seen it before this season.
No, I think you're right. It is somewhat in this season, but it also, I mean, the presence inside of open area isn't necessarily a new thing. The mirror window presence is. Now, it's taken time for a lot of these teams to sort of figure out, hey, you know, we can put a mirror window here, we can put a window here, we can put it wherever the heck we want, and the right actual spots to put those mirror windows have, you know, sort of filtered into being. Like we talked about that mirror window on the southmost end of CCTV on border, facing towards the main hallway, as well as the office and the south door to the balcony. That's an example of a mirror window that was there all along. They just had to find it. And you know, Fontt may have been the team that found that open area mirror window facing towards the printer and the cafeteria, but you know, it could have been found by anyone. And it's like drop shotting, right? You know, drop shotting, it's not like they changed prone at any point. It's just people were like, oh, look at that, we could press prone, and that works really well to just change up the middle of an engagement. You know, it was always there. You just had to find it.
Now, we often talked, I think last week we talked about it, possibly last night, we talked about how the Latin American scene seems to be one of the teams that utilizes mirror windows more so off-site than on-site. We referred back to Consulate and how the mirror windows were put on the bathrooms in the first floor when the basement hold is where the bomb site was. And that allows, even if the mirror window gets compromised, they just fall back off of it and not too much harm has been done. I'm expecting the same kind of philosophy here on Bank.
You know, there's a fine balance when you talk about mirror windows between determining the value of the mirror window for the value of the hold and whether or not it's essential and the gamble in terms of having it open or closed. So what I mean by that is mirror windows are super useful for defense. They are so very helpful to anchoring and holding down a particular lane and gathering information on said lane. But also if they get opened up, that's the risk, that's the gamble factor. If they get opened up and you put them in one of those essential positions, then that position is completely rendered useless for the defenders, and the attackers now have a distinct advantage in their favor. So that's the gamble. But if you put it in a less useful position, like you talked about, consulate bathroom upstairs, yeah, you know, it can assist, it can slow down, but if it gets opened up, then yeah, the defenders could just run away. So the gamble factor is essentially eliminated, while still giving you a slight edge in the round overall.
Kind of the risk and reward debate as to, are you going to put it in a more risky spot, potentially giving yourself and your team the better reward at the end of the day or end of the round, or are you going to put it in a less risky spot and still kind of make the room in your favor, make the balance in your favor, but ultimately it comes down to how the team fares well. So that is going to be just a little bit about Bank. Now, we talked about how we've seen all 4 bomb sites this season on Bank, Nox Gaming being the team that showed us all 4. And, I mean, I don't feel like Team Fontt is going to say, hey, let's take some things from these teams.
No.
These guys, Team Fontt and BRK, are what I would consider to be the meta setters in the Latin American scene. They're the ones that go ahead, find new stuff. They're the teams that go ahead and create the avenue for then other teams to pick away.
And Nox got walloped. They tried every site and they got destroyed. They only won CEO, and you could argue that for luck, just a little bit there, defending a CEO, which is probably the worst bomb site on this map. And Yeah, I don't think either of these teams are going to be like, hey, you know what? Let's not defend the open area tellers and let's not defend the basement. Instead, you know what? Let's defend CEO because that's going to be the right way to go.
Well, I mean, they can still come up with pocket strats from even from teams that they've decimated and they've lost. So Nox Gaming, yes, they won top floor. They had to have done something right. They might not have done everything. It might have been a little bit of luck, but they had to do something right. You're not going to win a round purely on luck.
No, of course
Luck doesn't carry a single round. So there's chances that we'll see some tidbits, little hints of some other teams here. But ultimately,
cool.
we are going to get it away. It would. I'd like to see some little hints of stuff. Make sure that we keep it fresh on Bank. But again, Bank is one of those maps that, generally speaking, the bottom bomb site is the most preferred site. And then when it comes time for that second bomb site, it's either going to be in Tellers and Archives or in the open area. Now, we are going to get underway with our first map here on Bank. And let's see what it all is going to unfold to. Team Fontt versus BRK Esports. Let's take a look at the operator selections as we get underway. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Our first and second place teams coming out of Latin America. These are the two teams that have already made it to LAN. We are simply finding out who's going to be first, who's going to be second for the purpose of the seeding.
So I think that's Archives. I don't speak Portuguese, but I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing a first floor defense here from Fontt rather than a basement defense, which is somewhat different, but that's just a tribute to Fontt preferring the versatility of you know, being able to control all the floors rather than being stuck down in that basement. Usually when you have a basement hold, no matter what building it's on, no matter what map it's on, it's usually the priority of the attackers to contain your defense all the way down in the basement. Now, I could be wrong. I don't, again, speak Portuguese, but that does kind of look like it. Yep, hey, look at that, an Archives defense. Woohoo, go Fontt. And yeah, this is just going to be them wanting to be a little bit more versatile with their hold. Now, they are going to be spending a lot of utility and time investing into that top floor. You can see here Cameraman and Moringa setting themselves up in storage right now. Having that mirror window face towards CEO, that's going to slow down the top floor take, because the best way for the attackers to establish control over the site itself is to take, well, CEO, open the floor, and use that vertical game. And this is going to be Fontt attempting to deny said vertical game.
Now, I'm curious as to see how they're going to keep control of the hallway by the janitor's closet. Oh, a quick peek and a quick pick from Yuk onto Gohan.
He did take some damage, but he definitely won that fight. So nice shot there to Yuk. Gohan usually wins those, so that's very impressive. Also, very risky play there from Gohan. Completely unnecessary. It will be traded back, though. Astral, the other person we talk about on Fontt, getting the trade onto, oh, look at that, Nesk.
That is going to do two things. One, take out one of the top players on BRK Esports, but also it gets rid of the Twitch and the Twitch drones, and that means the mirror windows have a lot greater chance of survivability now.
Yeah, the best thing you can do with the Twitch drone in a round is arguably kill someone, but that's almost certainly not going to happen. So opening up those mirror windows is basically the best thing you can do.
A good angle there by Zig, able to just get the refrag onto Astro. Nice pick there by, I want to say, being a little aggressive there by Astro, peeking on out of the door.
Yeah, and again, that unnecessary aggression coming out from Fontt is going to put them at a little bit of a disadvantage. You know, only still half the round to go here, and Fontt is in a 3 versus 4. And that's not good.
There's going to be another kill happening from Zig. That's his 2 kill on the round to finish off Cameraman. A 4-2 now is going to ensue with still over half the round to go. They're going to get the diffuser planted inside of B. Last minute is going to be Moringa now that Yuk got a 2K on the round as well to finish off Mav. Now a little tight angle here by Yuk using the cubicle for cover. He's going to stay inside of open area as Moringa comes swinging around from the A side inside of Tellers. He's being very cautious, but again, he doesn't have too much time. If he's going to take out all 4 members and get that diffuser destroyed, he's going to have to do it right now. Now, it's very odd to see that there's going to be a soft wall by elevators. We just saw Moringa pass it.
I don't think he has enough time to one-tap everyone and then
doesn't. He sees one shot there. It looks like he'll pick him off there, and Nade's going to come on over moving forward. Julio's actually going to move away from the meeting area and pop down the stairs. And unfortunately, there's not enough time here. It does only pick up 1 kill. 1 gets the trade down onto it. BRK is going to secure round number 1. And that's going to go in a 1-0 fashion.
Yeah, that was pretty dominant. That attack from BRK was centered around the main lobby. and not much from Fontt was centered around the main lobby. Their defense was primarily focused on the top floor and aggression onto the back alley spawn as well as, well, the main lobby. But again, just very spread out from Fontt. And when you stack up at 3-4 attackers in the main lobby, there's, well, first main important thing about that take is that the defenders have no way to they don't have any way to flank you. The roam game can't influence that take very easily. The best they can do really is come from the top floor and try to drop down on the balcony, but that can be easily watched. And in this instance, we saw even before the attackers had gotten into the main lobby all the way, those flankers, or what could be those flankers from the defenders, get picked off on the entry. So I don't know, just we saw Fontt put themselves at such a man disadvantage early on, and then that was pretty much the end of the round. Now, BRK, they're going to be defending the basement, which is a little bit more standardized. We're used to this as our first bomb site. And I have to say, I think it'll probably work out better for BRK here. And interesting that Fontt was the... I mean, they're the ones who tried to bring us to bank, and it seemingly the way they were handling themselves on that archives hold was a little bit half-hearted.
It seemed like it might have been a little bit of a gamble, I'll say. Thinking that, okay, BRK is going to go push into the top floor, that's what they're going to push. They're not going to push in from the main lobby. So it seemed like it was a gamble as to saying, okay, they're going to push in this one way, they're going to try, and we're going to forfeit that.
You don't gamble on that. You don't gamble on a 50-50 like that. I mean, if you do, that, okay, that's fine. But if they did do that, if it was just a gamble, okay, we're not going to expect anyone to take from the main lobby. That's a huge risk they're taking, and it ended up obviously not working for them.
Agreed, it didn't work out for them, but I'm more inclined to believe that they are going to take a gamble rather than do something half-heartedly. Now here it is, we've got Zig playing the pulse inside of the cave tunnel by servers, making sure that it's going to be clear for the time being. Bomb site again is going to be downstairs. Astro picking up the first kill into Uke from the top of the main stairs.
That was really aggressive from Uke, but also more important, actually, honestly, more aggressive from Astro. Usually you don't have an attacker all the way in on these main stairs with still 2 minutes in the round, and that was, you know, about 20 seconds ago, so 2 minutes, 20 seconds, I guess. The attackers aren't usually that swift on bank. They spend too much time droning out, which allows the defenders to maneuver. In this instance, not happening. Fontt's all the way inside of the building. They are already aggressively applying pressure to these defenders.
They've cut off all the roam game as well, so if there are any trying to go for a late roam, guess what? It's not going to be an easy attempt. Now we are going to spot this drop hatch get opened up here momentarily as Hibana has placed her charges onto it.
It's worth noting that this is probably one of the fastest roam clears we've ever seen in the Pro League on bank.
Gohan gets the head tap there onto Zig, who peeks around from the server stack. That was the pulse that was spotted out earlier by Gohan. And now that's going to allow Gohan to drop down into servers, move on over behind the stack, and again clear out the rest of this site. You can see one, he's all the way tucked around. I believe he's inside of the B site, that's lockers. He doesn't necessarily have a line of sight on the doorway just yet, but there is a small pixel angle which he can hold eventually later on in the round. Well, there it is. Here's this little angle looking on through the wall. I like this. Typically people will try to be at standing ground level floor, and instead he's taking the upper angle. He does have the fan in his line of sight, though. That's going to be unworthy or unuseful. However, we will have a 5-on-3 now that Zig unfortunately got the disconnect. And that means we are going to see a plant try to come down here by Cameraman trying to sneak his way in. There is no more smoke as Uke was taken out, trying to bait out the C4, but one is not in a position to toss it out. Oh, there it is. He actually did toss it. Astro, though, picking up a double kill. That's going to be 3K for him on the round, taking out one and Nesk. A 1-on-5, and we're going to see Moringa try to get onto that scoreboard with a single kill of his own. Astro going in hot with 3 kills this round. Team Fontt taking round number 2 with authority.
That twitch pressure from those main stairs was extremely useful for the attackers there. But more importantly, I like the just methodical take on the most redeeming quality of that take there for Fontt. It was just the clearing of the roamers. It took them a minute to clear out the entire top 2 floors and then make their push into the server. And while ultimately they did end up coming down to, I believe it was the last 11 seconds of the round before they managed to clutch it up. it still was, you know, it was a great roam clear, and we don't often see them that fast. I think one of the other faster roams we clears we've seen on Bank in the past has been on by flip side on Bank. When using that Jackal, though, I mean, that really streamlines it, and we don't see a Jackal here coming out from Fontt.
We do not yet, and ladies and gentlemen, we are in a pause state at the moment while we wait for Zig to get back into the lobby. Should be momentary.
So it's the dedicated servers that you're hosting off yourself that you can pause on, right?
Player hosted.
Yeah, player hosted. So awesome feature that we don't have in other regions pro leagues because they're a little bit more, you know, teams are a little bit more spread out and it complicates things. Is that if you player host, then you can actually pause in the middle of the match, which is, you know, obviously very dandy here in this instance. So we don't have to just jump to a rehost.
That is very true, and therefore, with BRK Esports seemingly dominating their first attack round, we are going to see the bomb sites go downstairs for Team Fontt on their second defensive hold. Previously, it was the archives and tellers. Looking like we might go all the way downstairs into the armories and CCTV room.
And look, there he is. And I think from there, we'll continue on it. Isn't that just awesome? Gosh. And yeah, BRK, they have been having a good go of it so far. That last hold, I think, really just came down to that excellent pressure from the Twitch on the main stairs, able to really pick apart or pick at a way at that flank, and start to establish, you know, the player advantage so extremely in favor of Fontt. Another thing to note is that despite the fact that Fontt had 2 minutes to execute their attack again, it did come down to 11 seconds in the round before they managed to win. So BRK aren't really struggling, and that's really nice to see that they're managing to put up a fight against Fontt here on Fontt's map pick.
Yeah, we actually saw that, what was it, last night with Flipside and their opponents. Flipside, who is it? Flipside and Elevate. They won on each other's maps, and ultimately, I mean, if you win on your opponent's map, you're feeling quite confident, I would say, because then you're going on to your own pick where you're more comfortable, theoretically speaking.
Well, I guess. I don't think, to be real with you, man, when I was a player, all I remember was I didn't really matter who was picking what map. It was just the ban phase happened. I saw, okay, we're playing these 3 maps, and I'm like, all right, got to prepare myself mentally for this map. I'm ready to go. I play it. Got to propel myself mentally for this map. You take it step by step, really. I mean, there is, I guess, a factor of, oh, we picked that map. Oh, darn, we lost it. But I don't think it really matters too much. I think it's just, hey, we're playing these 3 maps, and let's get ready for them.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are still waiting for that last member to file on into the lobby. Here he is. We'll have to get underway in just a moment. We'll see if it starts on up. But again, Bank, round number 3, we saw the Teller's Archives hold here from Team Fontt last time. They're going to go back downstairs to the basement, which arguably, after watching that first round, should have been what they did round number 1.
Yeah, the Archives Teller's defense didn't really work out too well for Fontt, but you could really just address that to negligence and not covering all of your bases. I don't think Fontt's going to make that same mistake twice, and this is awesome. We're getting right back into it. This is what we expect to see from Fontt. They're a team that really do adapt on the fly. So I think that the next time they go for an Archives Teller's defense, I don't know if it's going to be their next choice or like after this one, if they're going to go for open area. But next time they do Archives Tellers, they'll account for the fact that BRK is going to be taken from that lobby in all likelihood.
So generally with a defense hold on the basement, we'll see 4, sometimes 5, all 5 drop patches reinforced. With that, I mean, I guess the one drop patch that typically is left up to debate whether or not you're going to reinforce it is that server drop patch. How important is that drop patch in the state of a downstairs defense?
Okay, so there's 2 different ways to deal with a server or a basement defense. Oh wow, there's there are so many ways. But on the note of the server, you can either hold it as a defender or you cannot. And if you're going to hold it hard inside server, first of all, don't really recommend that. But if you are going to do that, then sometimes it can be helpful to reinforce the server dropdown. But also, you don't really need to. It doesn't lend you too terribly much. More importantly, the attackers, if they want to take server, they are going to take server. There's not a whole lot you could do to stop that. There's not some, I mean, maybe there's a special mirror window, but we haven't seen it yet. And so, for the most part, server ends up getting forfeited 9 times out of 10 by the defenders, and I think it's happening right now, where the defenders will just, gonna just give it away to the attackers because they don't want to bother losing a player. So if you open as a defensive team, if you open that drop down, it means then you can later go for that flank and kill any of the attackers, positioning themselves in server, going for the take into the bomb site.
Now the drop hatch inside of the B site, inside of the CCTV room, or sorry, the A site, is already opened. Now I don't recall.
That's weird. And
BRK
probably just for
already
rotation.
getting in there.
Probably just for roamer rotation. Although I think I think we have probably everyone from Fontt already on the bomb site. Yep, looks like it. Maybe they had somebody playing aggressively upstairs earlier, and they just were like, hey, you know what? We can rotate off this now. But that's not usually the rotation drop down. You know, if you're gonna pick one, maybe elevator. Although we don't usually see a rotation drop down, to be real.
Yeah, I mean, generally it's you're staying and wasting as much time on the top floor roaming away.
I think in this instance it might have just been BRK being really extremely quick with their roam clear. Same with, similar to Fontt, and just getting the drop down open real fast. I like what Fontt has done with that wall, that server wall. They've opened it up, but not so much that you can move through it. And because of that, you have to use a sledge to open up the wall or an ash.
Now, Nesk will pick up that kill into Astro for the first kill in round number 3. And that's going to be a very important kill, we'll say, taking out the Jaeger as well as it being Astro.
The garage wall has been opened up. And in contrast to the server wall being opened up, that's not a good thing. That's actually pretty bad for the defenders. It means that they cannot utilize red hallway to defend A, which is like the main pivot point for defensive A 9 times out of 10.
Now, Moringa does realize that there's someone inside of the garage. However, Yuke will pick up the kill. I want to say that might have been from servers. We'll have to see. Oh, yeah, that is servers kill. Yuke picks up another one. Cameraman's now got his back over towards Nesk, who was taken out earlier. Diffuser does get planted, though. That's going to be inside of the CCTV room. A 2-on-4 as Julio's going to hold down the flank, gets the headshot there into Echo, and that's going to be the last man standing of Gohan. He tries to go for the rush. The 5.56 from Zig will then just annihilate him, and that's going to be Team Fontt unable to get this round number 3. It's going to be 2-1 in favor of BRK Esports.
So Fontt went for an interesting strategy that we don't see often with defense teams, which is complete openness. Now, in theory, complete openness is supposed to be to the disadvantage of the defenders, right? That it lends them less choices for just holding out and staying alive. But in reality, that just means that you're going to be playing a much more aggressive playstyle as a defender. You can play the game as a defender the same way you play the as an attacker within the confines of the building, in theory. And that's, I guess, kind of what Fontt was going for there. They were trying to challenge every single angle. And the problem with that, then, is that if you challenge those angles, you have to win on them. And they didn't. They lost all of their fights. They opened themselves up to every single fight, and they didn't deny a darn thing. So, yeah, BRK came out on top.
Yeah, that's Team Fontt's second time defending, and second time in a row we've seen walls that are seemingly should be reinforced that are left unreinforced for the purposes of trying to get a better line of sight. Now here on, we are going to go back downstairs for BRK, but previously during round number 1, Team Fontt had left the teller's wall open towards the elevator hallway. That was left soft. We saw Sledgehammer that and work his way in. Downstairs we saw most of the walls inside of CCTV, as well as you could point out the garage wall were left soft. So it just seems to be a different setup style.
They weren't just left soft, they were opened up as well. Which again is just the play style sense of, hey, let's fight everything all the time. And that works if you can win your fights. It's really quite that simple. Fontt's going to be taking out into the top floor. It's going to be another one of those standard roam clears that we've been seeing every time a basement defense has happened from both these teams. Fontt's been a lot faster at it though. Oh my gosh, have they been fast. Taking it slower this time.
Yeah, it's ironic they're taking it a little bit slower, but Gohan's going to be the Jackal, which is typically used to make it quicker.
Let's bring the roam clear streamlining operator and then slow it down a little bit.
Now, Nesk is going to be inside of Garage. He'll likely be spotted out by Astro. Last round, they actually got into engagement, ultimately in the favor of Nesk. And I think Astro might be looking for some revenge here. He's setting up to potentially push down this way again. Ziggs, the Moringa's going to keep an eye and move his way over towards the open area, looking to get some draw patches. A minute 40 left on the board, and still the attackers are working their way, getting set up for the push.
Fontt has all the real options right now, but you can see here BRK just setting themselves up for the retakes. They do have a heavy presence inside of the garage, which is abnormal. Both of these teams actually have been keep maintaining a presence in the garage. Again, abnormal. And I think it's been mostly the focus of Nesk, whether it be on a defense or attack. He really does seem to put a lot of value in that garage hold.
Now it looks as though we are going to spot Mav trying to open up this wall as much as possible, allow for a plant to go down. The diffuser is in the hands of Cameraman. Looking though he's going to be inside of Cerberus here momentarily. He's going to try to get this plant down. Zig's going to call it out inside of Gold Bars. We saw this come out in Season 3, I want to say, the first time. And now it's being used here by BRK. We're likely going to see a C4 tossed on out here momentarily. Zig again going to get that heartbeat sensor. Gets droned out though. Nesk has progressed his pushes, or he's progressed his defensive location up from the back of garage into the hallway. Couple shots going in. Yuke, however, will pick off the shots there to Gohan. A 5-on-4 C4 gets tossed on out, misses its target. And now Zig's going to go back to get a little bit more information. Tells Cameraman he's over there. And says we need some more. Yuke, throw out another gas grenade. 13 seconds left on the board. Cameraman has to go in. Zig's calling it out. He's going to go for those shots here. Rushes on over. Doesn't see his boot. And then we will see here, Julio picks up a kill. Astro getting one in a trade-off by Zig. However, the Cameraman will fall here, and last man alive is going to be taken up by Julio. And that will be the defenders winning round number 4. BRK showing how to hold down the defensive fort in the basement. It's going to be 3-1 in favor of BRK Esports.
BRK maintained control over not only the garage, but just the entire deep end of that hold. Which allowed them they gave them plenty of room to pivot. As you can see, they could utilize that red hallway. I also like the Zig on that pulse. That really did give them a lot of information, a lot of necessary information that usually isn't gathered. We've seen, I mean, the last time, when Fontt was down in the basement, when they were defending, they just let the fuse plant kind of happen. They didn't actively challenge it, really. And it was because they got pushed off that red hall, because they didn't have the necessary information. This time, BRK had both of those things. And now, they're in a really comfortable position going on to an attack of the archives, which they have previously had success on. They might just be putting it into match point here.
Yeah, and I have to think, leaving that garage wall soft that Team Fontt did on the basement, it was for Astro, who was playing inside of the garage. It was for him to then get a line of sight through the red wall into servers, which is ultimately what the intention was, I want to say. Yeah. However, because he lost that fight against Nesk, it now turned in favor of the attackers, and Nesk took full advantage of that wall being open.
Yeah, no, I mean, using that garage wall is a way to hold that push into CCTV, but you don't need to open it up. You don't have to play in garage. You can just reinforce it and play on the other end of the wall, use those bars in the red hallway underneath the drop down. I mean, it's really hard for an attacker to establish a visual on you from that drop down if you just play directly underneath it. They have to vault on the desk to do so, or skirt along the corners of the drop, and that's so easy to win that fight as a defender. You just look up, and you have the advantage perspective-wise. So, I don't know. Seems unnecessary from Fontt. We'll see if it works for them next time they go downstairs.
Now Nesk is going to be out here on the exterior garage, looking in through typically what would be considered a glass spot, looking in through the lobby windows, covering the top floor rotations.
It doesn't really matter who you play up here. I mean, as long as they've got an ACOG and bullets. Or, I mean, even you could do it with a hollow, but that would be difficult. He's going to end up coming off it as he doesn't see anyone. That makes sense. Sounded like a one-tap there for Astro. Nice kill there. Onto one.
Astro will get spotted out. He's going to rotate back behind the desk of this front lobby, or front reception office. Nesk going to take his drone up here, realizes, okay, one drone died. Let's see where he moved off to, rotated, and they'll potentially be pushing in momentarily. A minute and a half left on the board, a 5-4 in favor of Team Fontt. Julio's going to be repelled on these north windows right outside of the lobby, facing his way in towards that top office. Now Mav's going to be over inside of the elevator hallway, who has a line of sight if he peeks on out towards Zig. Last time Zig had picked up the kill there onto Astro from behind this shelving unit inside of that front vestibule, and doesn't look like that's going to be the case this time. A good shot there by Moringa, realizing that, hey, I think I downed somebody. Takes that shotgun and finishes him off. Now that does leave Julio on the windowsill. Astro picks up the kill there onto Nesk. It's now a 2-on-5. 40 seconds to go. Zig holds the diffuser inside of the top floor elevator hallway. He's going to try to pinch around and get the shots down onto the mirror. I'm sorry, onto Moringa, who is the smoke inside a janitor's closet. There he goes, and the shotgun of the SMG-11 will come out strong for Moringa as Gohan picks the kill there onto Habana. And now that's going to be Team Fontt with a flawless round, leading 2-3 now in favor of BRK.
So good attack there from BRK, but the important thing is that Fontt read into it. It's the same attack BRK showed us on the first round. No real changes, to be honest. And BRK was like, all right, well, this is what we're waiting for. This is what we want you to do because you did it previously and we know where you're coming from. And they read into that, took their fights that they knew were going to happen because they happened previously, and won them this time. They didn't get caught off guard. Whereas in the previous round, obviously in the first round, there were just some really great positioning from from BRK, which allowed them to win those fights pretty one-sidedly. Now, Team Fontt is throwing a little bit of a breath of life here and starting to get that comeback. They are going to be attacking onto a BRK Teller's Archive hold, which could be what they need to bring it to a 3-3. Archives is obviously much harder to hold in that basement.
I feel as though we're going to see BRK go more with, I was going to say a more standard hold, but they are leaving some of the more typical walls soft as well, such as the A-site wall facing that elevator hallway.
It's a pretty dangerous wall to actually leave unreinforced. If the attackers take control over that stairway to the south, then that wall being opened up is really easy to maintain control of as an attacking player or attacking team. Yeah, okay, that's good. That's good. As an example of like the garage wall. Garage wall, you don't need to leave unraid. You don't have to do that. Yeah, they're gonna open the drop down, but you don't have to open up that wall because then you leave yourself open to even more holes being poked in your defense, and that's in that Teller's wall. Yeah, you could open up rotation in that particular Teller's wall towards garage hallway, but then you just poke more holes in your defense. And in theory, that's salvageable, but it's just so risky. Now, Cameraman and Yuke did get into a little bit of a skirmish downstairs, and it looks as though Yuke is going to have to crawl away for the time being. I think Cameraman's just going to spot him out first, realize, okay, no one's here, realize he's down, and he's got to be careful of above, though. That drop hatch is opened up. Go. There's Cameraman picking up the kill. That's a good start there for Fontt. Establishing control over that downstairs roam game is actually pretty important. But oh wow.
Mav getting the thigh of one. That's taken out another 2-2 operator. Now Yuka was the only 3-speed, so that's going to drastically slow down the roam game, we'll say here, for BRK. Now Jackal with an iron sight doesn't necessarily ring a bell as something you would typically have with Jackal's weapon. However, it looks as though Gohan is going to be swinging in hard, picking up a kill there onto Nesk. It's back up to Julio and Zig to try to keep the lead for BRK.
It's a good comeback here from Fontt.
So the plan's going to try to go down. The hipfire shots through the smoke. He's going to down him, finish him off. No, Asher's going to come on around and try to tag him down. Gohan picks up that kill into Julio, and the round will go in favor of the attackers after Astro gets the final kill of the round. Team Fontt now bringing it back to a 3-3.
So Fontt established control over that top floor, bottom floor, roam control. Then once they had that, they had gotten so many kills doing said push that and take into archives was pretty straightforward. Just have complete man advantage and trade each other out. Also, that early kill by Mav through the window, that's obviously going to be the defenders not really expecting something like that to happen. And that's just an example of Fontt forcing opportunities into being, right? You know, just go for what you know the enemy team's not going to expect. And they've been doing that this entire map. But it hasn't been working all the time, because BRK is an example of a team that's going to be ready to receive you trying to force out opportunities and be able to counterpunch you on that. But in this instance, the counterpunch certainly did not come out. And Fontt now in a 3-3, they've got to be feeling pretty happy. They are going to be going into a basement defense again. Now, the last time they went down here, I believe they were unsuccessful, and they are going to actually reinforce the garage wall. And that makes tons of sense. And it's because when Nesk was allowed to make his way into the garage, it really did destroy the Fontt hold, denying them access to that red hall and thus denying them any way to stop a defuse plan inside the A bomb site.
As well as that pressure forced, I think it was Moringa, to try to go for a peek out from lockers to try to challenge Nesk, and he got sideswiped by Yuke inside of the server. So just that pressure, just that presence inside kind of threw a jostle into the defense.
Yeah, and it's good on Fontt to read into their mistakes there in the middle of a match and rectify them almost immediately, actually, technically, as soon as they could.
Now we are witnessing BRK try to drone out the top floor. However, Gohan is going to stay away. He's going to be still topside in the, we'll call it the front office of those main stairs. You can see one taking a few moments to look for a Valkyrie camera tucked away inside of the servers. Astro also roaming around. There are 2 roamers here still left uncontested for Team Fontt.
That's really big. If they're able to stay alive for another 40 seconds and keep their presence up, then it will probably be a Fontt round, assuming the anchors don't die in that span of time. Because one of the problems inherently with roamers is that you take away so much manpower from the site itself, from those anchors, and it puts a lot more pressure on them.
Zig is actually in sight right now. Moringa's going to spot him out on camera, tag him down. That's going to be Diffuser falling as well. Tosses out a gas grenade and says, hey, I've got the Diffuser. And that, unfortunately, was a bit too much of a slow spot for BRK.
That was a really bad read there from BRK, forcing their way into the all the way deep into A. Not sure what was going on there. That's not usually where you want to plant to the diffuser. It's too risky. It's too exposed.
And I get the fact that they realized it was very light with the presence of the defenders.
Why not plant default, though, is the question.
They couldn't. The wall had been opened up enough that they couldn't. They were trying to do it sneaky, I would say. So that's why they didn't see smokes, you didn't see flashbangs.
Fair enough.
Trying to go in very sneaky, and unfortunately it just didn't pay off as the poor timing. Now you will see this get opened up. Gas grenade is going to come out. That's the first of 3. 50 seconds left to go in a 4-on-5. Now they will have to run in there through the barbed wire. Now Ash should be looking to utilize that breaching charge or breaching round to get rid of the barbed wire. There we see it. He's got to run in, grab the diffuser, back on out to default and go for the plant there. However, Gohan and Astro both taken out of commission. What was a 5-on-4 is now a 4-on-3 in favor of BRK. Cameraman actually trying to go around for a roam here. He's going to go all the way to the top floor. Now, because he has the shotgun, it doesn't even need it because the floor has been opened up. He's going to go take a look there. Not Julio, that's one that's going to get off. Now, it looks as though with 10 seconds left to go, the diffuser's going to try to get planted here by one. Moves on forward. Julio picks up the kill there all the way from server. That's going to be one. Diffuser does get planted. One is going to be the last man standing along with Julio against Mav. And a 2-on-1. Looks like one comes out on top, dropping the headshot from afar with a L85.
Was looking pretty good there for Fontt, but BRK really just challenging through server and winning their fights straight up. No other really big variation, and that's why we saw Fontt lose their first basement defense around. It's pretty much in the same fashion here. The only difference is that BRK didn't have the ability to establish crossfire from garage. Instead of that, but they didn't need it, very clearly. They didn't need that garage presence, as they just, again, challenged in through the server, straight into the bomb site and won their fights. And I think that could be attributed a little bit to the fact of Fontt's, like, unnecessary aggression, just really peeking out wildly. And then after they've done that too many times, they've got so few players, because they've all died peeking out, that they cannot hold the defuse plant. And then it becomes a situation that's pretty much hopeless. And now BRK, match point on Fontt's map pick. this is honestly very impressive from BRK. Great play here.
So downstairs is where the bomb site is going to be, and again, we're seeing all the drop hatches reinforced, even the server one, which leads me to believe that we will be seeing Zig stay there for the time being. Now, last time he rotated around and stayed inside of gold bars toward the end of the round, narrowly missing a C4 toss. Watching Team Fontt trying to collapse onto the site, or at least just enter into the building. You can see Gohan entering in from the very front. Astro was already on top of the patio on the alley side. He typically enters in through the double windows of the stock room and then progresses in through there. Looks as though BRK is not going to invest anyone in the roam game, however, which means they're going to have to hold down servers or risk being too joined together, a little bit too clustered inside of the red hall.
And investing in that horizontal instead of vertical is probably pretty smart on a basement hold. Ha. Astro going to be pushing onto these main stairs yet again, and he's going to be conscious of Nesk playing inside of the garage. Nesk, again, one of those players that has been applying so much value to the garage hold or take. Whether he be on attack or defense, he tends to try to flex his muscles into the garage, and he's been doing a pretty good job of it so far.
And Moringa's going to try to hold the push-up from the main stairs, as we also saw, I believe it was Ash, that was Gohan holding the angle for Cameraman to open up the server drop hatch. Now, it looks as though Pulse will still be in server. Does he hold hard? Is he? He is not. Yeah, he is
he's
actually.
Still holding hard in server.
He's still harding server.
Not anymore. Welcome back, Pulse.
Oh no! It looks as though Astro's going to say no. Takes him on down as he tries to rotate back over to gold.
Wait a minute. Astro just went from main stairs all the way into the A bomb site, completely threading the needle between four defenders.
No idea how that just happened, and it's going to be one of the things to watch and rewatch how it happened. Julio, however, is going to stay safe inside of gold bars. He's got his yokai. He's going to be inside of the B site. Inside of the A site here. And you can see that it looks like it might have been taken out of commission. Another shot coming in from Yuke right behind the reinforcement. Astro will be the eater of those bullets. Now Mav will also meet the same fate that Astro did. Moringa's going to drop and be met with some shots from Nesk. A 2-on-3 and a 2-on-4, but 20 seconds ago, Diffuser's in the hands of Cameraman, and it looks as though Yuke might be able to pick up this kill as well. Gohan and Cameraman got to push it from servers. 10 seconds left. Nesk gets one. The Yokai's still in commission, so it's going to look like it will be a round in the favor of the defenders. BRK is going to secure map number 1 here on Bank in a 5-3 fashion.
MVP Echo drone that round. Good job there, bringing that Echo and establishing complete control over the bomb site, despite actually technically losing it in terms of physical presence of the players. So that was a really good round there from BRK, and again, really, you could attribute it to that Echo drone. So that presence from, I think, Astro was not from the main stairs. It probably was just from the straight up the drop down.
Yeah, I think he might have come from the drop.
It was still a really nice play there from Astro. If Zig had been allowed to get as deep into the vault, he would have stalled out that round much longer, although it ended up not really mattering.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, it actually was almost a bait, if you will, because it forced it forced Astro to go down. Now, it wasn't an intentional bait, but it forced Astro to drop on through the hatch, which then put him in a vulnerable spot, and Yuke picked up the double kill into one, and Astro. So ultimately, the round did go in favor of BRK Esports. So did the map, and that means we are going to head to our second map of the night between these two teams, which is going to be, if I recall correctly, on Consulate.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the highlights from this map before we get on to the next one. But yeah, I think in terms of Consulate, it's a pretty balanced map. It's going to be sort of thing that both these teams are going to be very, very proficient at. And I don't expect there to be any serious. I think the competition is going to be a lot higher. Now, honestly, I was expecting Bank to be definitely in the favor of Fontt. And this scoreline that we saw come out here for BRK was honestly Again, well, it's not what I expected. It was pretty dominant in BRK's favor, despite a lot of these. Despite, of course, it ended up being a 5-3, so 3 rounds for Fontt. Those 3 rounds were really close that Fontt managed to win, whereas BRK's were just through and through victories. For
the most part, yeah, you're totally right, and therefore it's going to be likely that BRK is able to show up with the same kind of enthusiasm and we'll call it. Well, again, authority.
On a map that was favored, slanted towards Fontt, I think, from the get-go, now going on to a map that could be, in theory, balanced, I think, yeah, BRK is going to be feeling really good.
Yeah. So BRK is going to be hopefully leading the way here into map number 2. It is going to be on Consulate. I do think we might be heading into a break here momentarily. We are still waiting for some members to file back into the lobby after the rehost here. And with that, let's move on and take a short break here for about a few minutes, and we'll be right back in this game momentarily. Ladies and gents, stick around. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get underway with map number 2 in this best-of-3 series between Team Fontt and BRK Esports. Now, talking about these two teams and talking about this series, this is one that seemingly is as important as what we saw last week, or sorry, yesterday, with Vertical Gaming and Excellence, where this is merely to decide the seeding match, or the seeding placements of these two teams. They're both guaranteed land. They're both going to be here in Cologne, Germany in a few weeks. And honestly, I can't wait to see how these two teams are going to, we'll say, show themselves at LAN, how they're going to perform at LAN.
Yeah, and on the note of team, it just as important. Not very, to be honest. They're both going to be making it to LAN. They're both going to compete, yet separate ends of the bracket, of course, because, you know, the two Latin American teams. And it's going to be interesting to see who comes out as the #1 team from Latin America, but equally both of them have been competing at a very even level. I mean, it's the same thing as like Excellence and VG. Excellence and VG could have all both arguably, you know, won that match. Plus, VG being the more, I'd say, honestly, both VG and Excellence, of course, are very strat heavy, but VG being, in my opinion, a little bit more strat heavy, a little bit more on the slower pace side of things. The fact that they weren't showing any of their strats in that matchup, and why would they? You know, of course, you're going to have Excellence come out on top there. So while you could argue that this is a decider match for who's the best, it doesn't ultimately mean much.
Yeah, and so, I mean, I think Team Fontt, well, actually, because Team Fontt didn't win the first map, that means there is not going to be an undefeated 13 this season at all.
Yeah, kind of surprised by that also. I was really expecting Fontt to go really hard and bank, but BRK stepping up quite intensely, and it on Fontt's map too.
Yeah, I mean, we said it here earlier that you see the lineup, you see the 3 maps, and they're the maps you're going to play, not necessarily who picks them. So ultimately, I mean, BRK showed that they had what it takes to win on bank. We are just waiting for the lobby to still funnel in and get underway with the second map of the night here before these 2 teams. Talking about, though, we talked about the bracket structure and how these are the 2 teams going to land. We'll delve into it a little bit right now. But after today, or at the end of today's stream, at the end of today's broadcast, we'll be talking more about how the seeding will work for the LAN event, how all 8 teams are going to be chosen and the seeds, and what that's going to look like. But for now, we'll just talk about how there are 2 teams from Latin America that are going to be obviously going to the LAN event. There's 3 from North America and 3 from Europe. That means there's 8 teams. It's going to be set up in quarterfinals, most likely one day, semifinals, and a final in the second day. With that, you're going to be having seeding according to how you finished off in the season. As well, there's going to be a little random twist. We'll do it on stream on Thursday. We'll talk about the creating of the seeds and what seed or what team's going to be in what seed, and we'll kind of delve into that a little bit further.
Yeah, right after we finish the European Pro League matches,
yes.
We're going to pick them live just for you guys.
So a lot of teams, as we talked about it, I think yesterday during some of the interviews for North America, they had said that when it comes time for LAN, there's like a 2-3 week gap where they basically have to create brand new strategies, brand new engagements, and review who they're going to be going up against, because you can't. I mean, yes, you need to show your hands during the playoffs because you need to get to LAN. But ultimately, you can't just say that's all we have. You need to come up with new stuff. And so they need to know who they're going to be playing up against. So we want to give that information as soon as possible, which means right after we find out who that 8th team is going to be from Europe, we will we'll go ahead and pick seeds live on stream, or we'll go and select them. We won't pick them. We'll select them. And we'll be sure to stay tuned for that. But talking about the Latin American team, talking about Bank, and now moving on to Consulate. Consulate's been a bit of a, we'll see, there's been a different strategy for holding that basement site than we have seen in many others. Talking about how the middle bathroom is kind of the primary, we'll call it, first engagement site that we see a lot of Latin American teams hold and then encounter their attackers.
Well, I guess, yeah. For the roam game, usually when you're defending a basement, you don't want to be putting too heavy of a emphasis on the tippity top floor. But again, when it comes to Consulate, the roam game can be so fluid. There are tons of options. There's 3 different stairwells, and the bathroom hold with that mirror window is, well, very useful, not essential. Plus, usually we don't find it does much of anything other than slow up the attack for like 20 seconds. It ends up kind of falling on its face and not really accomplishing much. So, I mean, it's interesting, but it hasn't shown us an amazing round yet. I mean, we saw it way back from Sisu, now INTZ. We saw them use it successfully one time, but and that was like 3 seasons ago.
So we are going to get underway with our game, ladies and gentlemen. Again, this is map number 2. It's going to be Team Fontt starting on attack, BRK E-sprots starting on defense, and BRK now leads in this series 1-0. So this map could be the final map if BRK comes out on top, or we could be going to our 3rd and final map on I want to say, not Oregon.
I'm pretty sure we're gonna see. I'm pretty sure we're gonna see
Chalet.
3 maps.
Chalet is our 3rd and final map.
Pretty sure we're gonna see 3 maps here, as both of these teams have been having a very good. I mean, they've had a good season. BRK obviously showing up pretty hard right now, but overall, Fontt again, a team that is not to be trifled with. And we are gonna have BRK starting on defense, Fontt on attack. They're gonna go down, or BRK is gonna be down into the basement.
And right now, all Zig is trying to do is just make sure that no drones are actually going to get into the garage from this drop hatch or from the drone hole. And he's got easy reinforcements. He knows he needs to reinforce the office wall, place his mirror down. He doesn't need to spend all 45 seconds of the round trying to set up.
Curious to see where all of those mirror windows are going to be finding themselves.
You've got one on garage standing position in the middle panel. as well as I believe the first one was placed down in the office, facing towards garage.
So pretty standard. Actually, almost entirely standard, especially for, like we talked about, for this particular for the Latin American scene specifically. This is what we've been seeing from them pretty continuously throughout this pro league on consulate. Basement hold. And of course, you know, it's interesting. The basement hold being the preference for teams is no. That is new for this season, I think, overall. It was the case back in Season 1, Season 2 for a couple different regions, but overall, it's been kind of tugged back and forth as to which particular region, which particular bomb site on consulate is the preferred.
Mm-hmm. Now we will see Ash, that's Gohan, upside down, repelled on the south end of consulate, looking down, open up the hole inside a piano to try to open up the mirror window. And I didn't hear the mirror window open up successfully just yet, but we could see that change. No, it has not been opened up yet, and I don't know if we'll see Gohan try to move over. There it goes. It does get opened up successfully by the Twitch drone, which is Astro's drone. Oh, and as he moves away from the corner, Gohan's there to pick off the kill. Wonderful shot. I actually don't know how he saw that.
Likely just to spray through the, just kind of like a pre-fire or something like that. But whatever the case be, it was a good shot. Good job to Gohan, putting his team in a slight advantage here just to start this round off. Still quite a lot of pressure that needs to be applied, though, as Fontt's inching their way in through this garage. Also trying to take control of that vertical, but they're going to have to contest Uke to do that.
Now, flashbangs are going to go in towards the back of Van, as we just saw Gohan toss them on out. Astro trying to hold on to the window by Piano, basically making sure there's not going to someone rotate down through the yellow stairs.
Nesk is going to get a really, the broad side of these attackers as they push their way in, but it's on him to hit the shots, and as you can see, he's not going to get the final one on camera.
He's going to try to, however, the C4 from 1 comes and takes out the diffuser planter. Uke will be traded down by Astro, though, and a good frag. Moringa's, however, going to be on the other side of the mirror window. Gets spotted out by a drone, comes on over, gets the kill there on the nest through the pipes. Now One will be taken out here by Gohan pushing on in. Gohan then gets traded out by the bearing 9 of Julio. He's going to be the last member alive for the defensive squad. Inside the office, he'll go take out Astro, coming in through the main hallway. Gets back onto the yokai drone, stops the plane from going down. And it looks as though here's 7 seconds left to go. And I think he's got one more shot left in the yokai. He's going to try to stop this from Moringa, misses it. Does he have it in time? No, it actually gets destroyed, and that means Julio needs to go aggressively for it. He's actually going to tap him through the black car, and Julio picks up the kill. BRK securing round number 1.
So that looked like it was going to be a Fontt victory there. They had control over the main garage wall. They also took control of vertical, and they were taking apart BRK players one by one in establishing full dominance, but just some excellent echo play there from Julio is going to deny Fontt one whole round. And that's, I mean, that's the same echo play we saw win just the round prior on Bank, that final defense basement for BRK, which ended up winning them the map.
Now we are not going to see the echo play come out from Team Fontt. Instead, they're going to opt to go with the mute jammers.
Man, I remember when echo came out and everyone's like, ah, it's useless, rah, rah, rah. And you can see now, I mean, like, he's been finding a lot of really useful situations in the Pro League so far.
We've seen a couple good spots on Cafe coming out from Bittersweet. I remember Dave had played the echo and tossed it up onto the window of the Cafe.
Did you know Dave retired?
I did hear that.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Good player. Cool guy. Now, Fontt, they are going to be going on to their defense now, and it's going to be also, hey, look at that, in the basement. Yet again, this meta trend continues, and this has been the same across every region. Everybody wants to go down in the basement on consulate now. It's just the new thing. And I think you could really attribute a lot of that to the Mira addition to the game, of course. Mira has made it so much easier to hold bomb sites like this with their windows. Interestingly, there is no Mira on Fontt. Maybe that's just conforming to the waves of the meta, in that when you're scrimming against people who like to defend basement, you then have to learn how to defend basement yourself or attack basement, which gives you more knowledge overall on basement. So blah, 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 blah. So facto, basement, basement, basement. Also, there's the, there's Blackbeard. So one of the reasons certain maps have become just absolutely terrible, or like House, for example, or there's like bomb sites that people want to defend less now, like top floor consulate, is because of Blackbeard specifically, because he applies so much pressure via just repelling on a window. You can't challenge that and win. You know, there's obviously things you can do like C4 or run out behind him, but that's just it establishes its own game by itself. And you can completely boycott that whole little mini game of, hey, let's get the Blackbeard off the window, by going down in the basement and just not giving him any windows to repel on.
Now, Nesk is working his way down the yellow stairs. Again, bomb site's going to be in the garage, and so Nesk is already maintaining a lot of control here, but I might be a little bit too early because there's a potential for the defenders to come swooping up from the Visa stairs or even the center stairs. Looks as though we will see the wall get opened up here. Right above the site is going to be the breaching charges. Julio is able to be on the repelled on the window still, might be able to see a couple shots. Moringa's still going to play a very similar spot to where you would if you had a mirror window. Instead, he's just got to go for the blind fire, possibly using Valkyrie cameras as his information. Oh, and that's going to be a good kill here from Nesk, forcing his way into the middle lobby.
That's vertical control now in favor of BRK. Pressure's going to start getting applied through this floor onto these anchors. Gohan's starting to get the refrags though through the floor. So the thing about floor, the vertical pressure, is it's a two-way street. And of course, Yuke's going to get that refrag, but that's a really good kill, taking out a Nesk where he should have just straight died. Good job to Gohan.
And that kill will make it into a 4-on-3. Two members here from Team Fontt are going to push up the back circle stairs. And unfortunately, their timing was a little bit off, and Team Fontt will not stop that plan from going down. Moringa is going to be close up. He might be able to get the long arm of the law to get rid of the diffuser here. It's a 2-on-2 now. Zig will have his drone in position. Zig is also going to... Oh, he's going to be taken out by Astro. Last minute alive going to be Julio. He tops on down into the white van. Gives away his position here. Moringa and Astro now coming on in. Astro's actually going to go out outside. Gets spotted. Diffuser will get planted and will also get destroyed here. Team Fontt able to get this retake drastically just by the nick of time.
That's the second clutch in a row we've seen now on round number 2. And both onto the basement hold downstairs. What should have really have been a through and through BRK round turns extremely swiftly back to the favor of Fontt by a great double roam game through Valkyrie and Jaeger rushing up those spiral stairs. Now Fontt going to be going on to their next attack, and I'm guessing we are going to be seeing a garage yet again from... Oh, actually, maybe not. We'll find out. Again, I do not read nor speak Portuguese, so I'm not sure where BRK is going right now, but here we go.
It'll be first floor, it looks like.
Oh, look at that. There's a little bit of different defense there from BRK. I like that. So despite the fact that... they did win the basement hold, that's right. They won't be going down they won't be going upstairs, which is... Again, that's a little bit more of a conformity to the meta. There's this sort of thing is most teams have been favoring this basement hold and the first floor hold. Almost nobody's and it goes upstairs anymore. And again, I do think that is mostly to do with operators like Blackbeard. I mean, you can see here Moringa bringing that Blackbeard to the field, and you get him onto a windows, and he has so much power. Get him onto the A balcony, so much power. He cuts off that connector. He cuts off the A site itself. He cuts off even further out of the connector into the B bomb site, into the hallway. You know, if you get him on the B windows equally, he can cut off the same pretty much angle. Nesk is going to start us off with a nice spawn peek onto Mav. That's a good start there for BRK.
A good little hidden ADS there. Now we will see Yuke here. He's going to go outside on the balcony, force his way, and try to take a couple shots. I think he hit Cameraman with a couple bullets with that SMG-11. However, he also bit a couple in the thigh as well. However, creating that distraction will ultimately stop a little bit, slow down Team Fontt just a little bit, just a hair. Keep their eye on that balcony. Make sure that the push out isn't going to happen again.
So, of course, a lot of you may be wondering why don't they just walk on in through the front door. And the reason is there are so many ways for BRK to deny the defuse plant straight in through the front door. Whether it be Zig going downstairs via the Visa stairs and throwing a C4 up through the drop downs and destroying any or killing anyone who just tries to go for that plant, or just that vertical control coming from Uke above in projector room. There's so many easy avenues for these defenders.
Nesk looking like he's going to pick up one kill there on a cameraman, and Uke comes swinging around the SMG-11 to finish off Astro. A 5-on-2 now. Team Fontt struggling to get a grasp on round number 3. Looks as though Uke will then continue to challenge out the front door. He's going to take a couple shots there on the Moringa, who's repelled. We got Gohan moving up a little bit closer. He's going to try to refrag if he can through this main hallway. Yokai's going to get in position on that main lobby, and there's going to be one hopping on out of the piano window. Gets that MPX kill there, and to Gohan to finish off round number 3 in favor of BRK Esports.
Dominant round there for BRK. What we saw from Fontt was just, hey, let's push on into piano. They didn't spend enough time taking control of that or establishing that vertical control. I mean, you saw Blackbeard repelling onto CEO window, and despite the fact that he was repelling there, he actually didn't have any control whatsoever. The Valkyrie was still playing inside CEO and could still establish that vertical onto piano. But it didn't really matter that aside also, because there was just somebody playing inside, or there were, I think it was Uke playing inside of the bathroom hallway, which it also gives you control over piano. So that kind of just forceful push there from Fontt, really not working in their favor, and that's going to be the first attack win. Now the question is, first defense win of that particular 4. We haven't seen an attack win yet. The question is, who's going to be able to break that mold first? Now, if right now we have BRK win and attack win onto the, I believe this is the top 4 now, which, by the way, first time defending this top 4. If they manage to get their first attack win here, which stands to reason that they would, then we're going to see a 3-1, which is going to be a significant lead and hard for Fontt to come back from, but possible. The more important factor about that 3-1 lead, though, is if they do manage to get it, they will also be able to defend the basement on their next hold, which is obviously the preferred site for both of these teams. So that is going to be putting that, if they win that, then that'll put them on 4-1. So it's looking like a pretty dominant here map so far for BRK. And, you know, obviously, I just think that Fontt can start this comeback here. But maybe they have some really hidden strategies on this top 4 hold.
I am kind of curious on the Jackal play, though, from BRK on this particular round, because when we don't necessarily see an overly large map like Bank, like Border, or, I mean, we have seen them on Chile, we typically see Jackal paired with a Glaz to bring those smoke grenades, and that's we're not seeing that combination. Instead, we're seeing Jackal, and I'd assume merely for his utility.
I mean, I question iron sights on Habana, but, you know, we still have those. So it is really just, I guess, preference and whatever BRK is choosing to try and bring here. Let's see how they actually use him. I think it's probably just to speed or hasten that. Whoa!
Oh, he's gonna get a wallbang
down
tag
Mav.
On the Mav.
Of course, he's not gonna know that because in Pro League rules there are no points notifiers. So despite him downing that Valkyrie, he has no freaking clue because it was through a wall. He didn't see it. At least that's 50 HP though. He's gonna get healed up in all likelihood by the Doc, but still, that's a stim gun that gets off the board there for the defenders.
Now Doc is gonna be inside of the corner office as Mav, like we see, getting healed back up. He's at 90 HP at the moment. Half the round left to go, and there are typically 2 ways to hold this corner office. One is to reinforce all 3 walls and basically hold tight inside, which we see Moringa doing, or it's to leave the wall soft of yellow stairs and keep someone in yellow.
They're doing a bit of a mix match.
Yeah, they're doing a bit of a mix here, keeping someone hard on corner office and keeping those walls soft.
You did have that one reinforcement to make this possible, but it's still very difficult. It's still very risky for Moringa. And Nesk is going to drone him out. No, actually, Nesk is going to drone downstairs. Also works because there are still 2 roamers from Fontt.
When he sees his body, goes for the shots, tags Nesk down to about 10 health. Nades are going to come up from underneath. Now Moringa still having overhealed himself. He'll be down to 100 health here momentarily. Might see him stim himself for the last time here. Cameraman going close up onto the corridor. He's going to use that heartbeat sensor. Moringa picks up the shots there on a Zig, who just repelled inside. That's also Diffuser down inside a corner office. One who's going to be that Blackbeard outside of the corner office window, who will unfortunately have to repel in. There's 25 seconds. Nest cannot go through that smoke grenade. Yuke picks up a double kill. One of his own teammate. Astro gets Yuke in return. And it looks as though Nesk has been met with a couple bullets. He's going to be injured on top of the stairs. Cameraman getting Julio for the final kill of the round. We're going to see the defense, Team Fontt, secure round number 4, making it 2-2.
So BRK went for that hard B window take, and you could see there very clearly Fontt had a great setup to hold against that. And now they're going to be able to continue that defense victor trend, which is very important here. Now again, the pressure's really on Fontt. Having lost that first map, BRK, you're going to be feeling a little bit more comfortable to like, hey, we could lose a couple here. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, so what really happened there is, again, BRK kind of shoved themselves into that B take. Fontt was stacked for it. More importantly, we saw a couple instances of BRK members get sandwiched between a rock and a hard place in terms of players. You saw, of course, Nest kind of got stuck on the yellow stairs. He couldn't apply directly pressure to the site because that Doc was playing the angle too well, and then he knew he had 2 roamers coming up from behind him, both with C4, and those C4s, if the round had progressed, that Valkyrie and that Pulse both would have been still be able to deny any defuse plan in the CEO just with their C4. So like, great base covering there from Fontt on the top floor hold overall. But of course now BRK there going to be defending the basement yet again, and this is the first win they actually managed to get on the board. They were very successful here, although you could say honestly it was a bit of a clutch.
Yeah, it was a 3-on-1. Julio was the last defender alive, and he killed off Astra coming in from the back hallway of circle stairs.
Great echo play.
And then used the yokai to his advantage until the last moments when the plant had to go down, killed the second to last player, and the diffuser stopped getting planted, and ultimately BRK won that round. Now they have changed it up a little bit here. The mirror window is actually going to go in the left garage panel instead of the middle like previously.
This is not going to change too much, to be honest. I question this mirror window in its entirety.
Ooh, Ness going to try to challenge this. All he needs to do is tap one shot. No, Gohan's going to spot him out. Ooh, Bullet's going to come in from the corner office window. And Nesk will now be stationary. He's going to have to stay put for a little bit. Couple shots going in from Gohan from the balcony window. Force Nesk to drop on through the hatch. He's going to have to whimper away with about 50 health remaining.
Surprised he actually made it back at all. But the fact that Yuke has lost his life upstairs, that is going to be pretty bad, especially considering he basically wastes no freaking time.
Now Mav, I believe, is going to be holding onto the diffuser all alone in the back of Visa. I think Cameraman's also going to join him here momentarily. Now we didn't see it, but I believe Yuke did get taken out here. We'll to see who that was by later on. However, a 4-on-5 now, less than half the round remaining. Astra's going to come in from the circle stairs as he did previously. And aside from getting the mirror windows, he also needs to keep an eye out for that yokai. He actually spots it and he zaps it. That's going to be a tremendous beat here.
Oh, a double whammy.
He also grabbed the mirror window there. That is going to be one of the most beneficial Twitch drones you've seen in a long time.
And then he gets a freaking Valk cam. Wow, Astro, just clearing out that utility.
A lot of people are probably underestimating the usefulness of what Astro just did. However,
he just defanged an entire defense. I mean, we saw that the first round, BRK only won because of that mirror window and that echo drone. That's the only reason they won that round.
And now, a man down, 25 seconds to go. We are going to see BRK E-sprots try to hold down the fort. They lose another one. Zig being taken out by Mav. Julio's going to get injured as well, be removed here. Moringa is going to pick up a kill in the nest. Last man alive is going to be one inside of the middle office. Gohan's going to go for the fight, and he actually comes out on top. And that is going to be actually Mav picking up that kill into one with the headshot all the way from yellow stairs. That's going to be Team Fontt now securing the lead 3-2.
It doesn't look like BRK is having a very good go of it here. They've had some pretty dominant seeming rounds that have slipped away, and then also rounds like that, which just absolutely Fontt are on the advantage. I like the adaptation there, the adjustment from Fontt coming off of that garage take and just going straight for an Archives Hall take. But the most important factor there, that the reason that worked for Fontt, is because they were able to put themselves in the man advantage early on by taking out Uke on that roam. If they hadn't been able to do that, if Uke had stayed alive or gotten a kill or done anything other than just straight die, waste of time even, then it probably would have been a different story. That whole round in its entirety. Because the problem with doing the take that Fontt just did is always, it comes back to the fact that you're shoving yourself into two different lanes. But because BRK, again, lost those people on the roam game, it didn't matter. Now, BRK, they're going to be the one attacking onto a basement hold, and this might be match point for Fontt.
Faltam 10 segundos. Faltam 5 segundos.
You are seeing currently, as the round begins into the attack phase, a 4-1 split with 4 roamers. That might change here momentarily as some players want to get back onto site. There we have Pulse returning. That's going to be Gohan. That's leaving 3 members, Mav, Cameraman, and Astronaut. Cameraman just got back on the site as well, leaving them upstairs in a slight roam game, we'll say. A little bit of some late barbed wire getting placed down. Previously, we had talked about how if there's no barbed wire on those stairs and the attackers realize it, it's going to be very tough to hold those yellow stairs. Uke looking around, making sure that there's not going to be a Valkyrie camera. So right now, just a little bit of a slow progression from Uke and the rest of his team, trying to make sure that it's all clear. The roamers have all fallen back to site, which is, I gotta say, somewhat of an odd. We typically do see some roam game here coming out from the defenders, and that's not what we're seeing here from Team Fontt.
I'm playing a little bit safe. I think they really want to confirm that that match point. When you put yourself on match point, you put yourself in a tremendous heap of confidence. And if they're able to, you know, just lock it in here, they're going to probably win the map. And I think this passive play is just indicative of the risks associated with this map overall. I mean, you have to factor in that if Fontt lose this map, it's over. They're done in this particular series. Now, ultimately, that series doesn't mean too much, but they still want to, you know, they want to win. They want to be deemed #1 in Latin America.
This should be a good C4 from underneath by Gohan. Again, Gohan playing the pulse, realizing someone inside a piano, takes out Uke and the Twitch drone. Now 60 seconds remains, a 5-on-4. Gohan still utilizing that heartbeat sensor, trying to figure out where BRK is going to be situated for this push that's going to come through in the next 45 seconds.
Yeah, time's really ticking away here for BRK.
Oh, what a shot from Cameraman! All the way from this back corridor onto the head of Zig, out by the left stairwell through garage. With a holographic scope nonetheless.
I mean, with an ACOG, they'd be like, yeah, that's a pretty good shot. But with a freaking holo? Nah, that was insane.
There's the last of 3 gas grenades coming on out from Moringa. That's going to stop Ness from trying to push down the yellow stairs. There's 20 seconds to go, a 5-on-2. One realizes that he's got the diffuser, but there's not enough time for him to do much about it. He's going to have to push in through yellow stairs. There's no time for anything else. Ness picks up 1 kill, moves on down. And unfortunately, one will grab 1 kill before he picks off the shots down to Nesk. One will then fall by Astro. Astro picking up a double kill to finish off the round. It is now match point here for Team Fontt.
Yeah, looks like we're going to see map number 3. Good job to Fontt so far. They've really stepped up their dominance on Consulate. We've seen some close victories from BRK, but every victory, like these later victories in the end of this map, have been completely dominant in favor of Fontt. Now that started to cascade, obviously, that last round started to cascade for Fontt with that initial C4 kill. And then off of that C4 kill, the roam presence really taking out the attackers as they push in. That shot from Cameraman all the way outside garage. I mean, again, things like opening up the floor, opening up garage, that's a two-way street. The attackers sometimes forget about that. And Fontt just challenging that two-way street and coming out on top of this round. Killing people just sitting outside garage. Now, the basement hold is this is gonna be the second attempt here. well, sorry, technically the third attempt, but the second attempt after losing that second overall. And they really need to make this one happen. BRK's got to push this forward if they want to get overtime. Obviously, they have to win this round, but they need to somehow make it so they're winning a basement hold that is not dependent on a mirror window and an echo. And as a response, as a result, they're going to bring neither a mirror window nor an echo. They're going to just completely stray away from that strategy. So it looks like we might see a little bit more of an aggressive sort of play style here coming from BRK. And I think that really is to do with the fact that last time Fontt attacked onto this, they came from the archives instead of from the main garage. And that's likely to be what happens yet again. As you see here, the majority of the attackers spawning on the south side of the building. The east side of the building, as contrast to the west side of the building. Or the northwest, technically. There is no direct west spawn.
So it looks as though we will have Astro and Mav work their way in towards Visa, or at least up maybe possibly towards Admin, where we saw Nesk earlier. Mav's going to try to drone this out. We will most likely spot out Nesk here. Nesk going to try to rotate back down as cameraman drones in fully. Now, here we go. We are going to witness with 2 minutes left to go, 2/3 of the round. Team Fontt is working successfully to clear out all the roamers. Yuke and Nesk were the 2 roamers above, and they easily fell off site just after being droned out. Not too much pressure to alleviate there. Astro still working his way down these circle stairs. Typically, I mean, we've seen Astro, this is kind of his role, is get as much droning as possible, utilize the Twitch drone to get rid of Valkyrie cameras, but then he just pushes his way down circle stairs, and that's typically where he stays for the time being.
Well, the important thing to note about this round so far is that with still half the round to go, the attackers have forced the all of the roamers back down into the basement, with some great droning from Astro, as well as some Gohan right there playing the Jackal, detecting those footprints. The little feetsies, forcing these anchors. Well, it's these roamers to re-anchor. They still have a minute, so plenty of time here for this attack.
Nesk is going to play close up on the van, be tagged in the butt by Astro's Twitch drone, and then that's going to force him to the back to where he's not going to have as good of an angle onto Cameraman, who's the only member outside of Garage with Diffuser in hand.
I resent myself for asking this, but don't you mean the booty?
No, we're going to change it to butt this time around. Nesk, however, will pick off that kill. That's also the Diffuser that has fallen, which means it's going to be Team Fontt forcing themselves to relocate. They need to get all the kills down or move their way out, pick up that Diffuser. Looks like that might be the role there of Gohan, who's moving out towards the right side of Garage. And Astro, he's going to come down the circle stairs yet again. To the left side is going to be Yuke. He doesn't know he's in the closet. So with that, Astro will be tagged with a couple bullets here. Yuke is just waiting for the crossfire to the bottom of kitchen stairs. Astro picks up one. Nesk gonna get the trade on to Gohan. He gets a double kill on a Mav. A 4-on-2 now. And it looks as though the round will go into the hands of BRK as Astro will be knifed in the back from Julio.
Great hold there from BRK. Unfortunately, because Fontt was unable to get any kills on the roam game, once they started their push into the bomb site. Now, this is what we talked about before. You're forcing yourself into very small lanes, and without the man advantage, yes, you can get those refrags, and we saw some great attempts at that, but there's just one extra defender here ready to get their own refrag, and because of that, BRK puts themselves one step closer to overtime, but in order to get that overtime, they are going to have to win an attack round. And I think that it's going to be a Fontt defense at the top floor.
Yep, this is going to be top floor. They picked the dock like they did previously to stay inside of the corner office with the soft walls on yellow.
So BRK's got to really show us some next level changes in their strategy, because the last time they attacked this top floor, it was so one-sided in Fontt's favor. If they are not able to make next level, like some serious changes here, right, they're gonna lose this round. If they attack them the same way straight onto B, that it's almost certainly not gonna go into. It's almost certainly gonna go in the favor of Fontt.
Now it's unfortunate here that we are still seeing some members from BRK struggling to get on the board. Now we talk about KD and how it's not necessarily a defining factor, but you still need to be picking up some kills for your team.
Yeah, no, you definitely need to get some kills. I mean, we saw I'll not reference specific names, but we saw, you know, Elevate, despite they beat Flipside. Yeah, right? They won their spot to LAN yesterday. They still had in the third map a guy dropping a donut. You know, it happens. You know, you know, everybody playing in these teams at this level are very good. You know, and people who drop donuts, you know, they're very skilled players. But we all have bad games. And more importantly, sometimes we just get really unlucky, because I can tell you right now, CJ is one of the games where you will get seriously unlucky and you will drop donuts, whether it's your fault or not sometimes. Happens to everyone.
Now with Palm Site being above, we are going to see BRK again work their way over towards the yellow stairs and try to go for a corner office yellow stairs take like previously. Nesk will pick up the kill there on the cameraman.
That's huge. Cameraman's going to be that guy who's going to be going for that heartbeat detect downstairs and denying the defuse plan in the bomb site. And now he can't do that. There's all falls down to the Valkyrie. The only person who's going to be who could possibly roam with C4 and get that C4 kill from underneath. Mav is going to be the person who it all falls down to, and he's still roaming. I think he's at the bottom of the Visa stairs right now, or the interim of the Visa stairs. And BRK will still need to eliminate him when they go for their site push, but a lot of pressure alleviated with that pulse off the board.
Oh, right underneath, Yuke is covered.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he doesn't see him. Astro, you got to look to the left. He doesn't. He swings on over. Tries to go for the shots there onto Julio and gets the tag down. However, a double kill refrag's going to happen. Yuke picks up Astro and then gets immediately finished off by Gohan, who's now going to drop all the way from top 4 all the way to bottom. Try to come up the yellow stairs behind 1.
That unexpected aggression from Fontt was actually really good for them. It swung this round back into their favor, but Nesk with a nice kill onto Gohan is going to, well, keep it in the favor of BRK. What a series of events here. Complete trades in terms of momentum for these teams.
Now it's going to be up to Moringa to hold down as much as possible the push coming from the yellow stairs. There's 45 seconds. If there's anyone that can do it, it's Doc. You can already see him prepping himself here with about 120 health to go. Now you can see Mav, he's prepping, he's looking all the way down the hall. He'll be able to get this shot. That MPX is a definite terror to use from a distance, and so we're going to see Moringa try to get the shots. However, he misses. Zig comes swinging around. No, that's 1 from underneath. And it looks as though Mav picks up 1 kill into Ness. He's going to go to challenge Zig, and then Zig's going to come out on top. BRK has taken this to a 4-4 now. We're going to overtime.
BRK really wants this 2-0 victory, and they are showing it here. I love the adaptation that they put into that round. Just absolutely making the mix-up that they needed. It's all started for BRK on that round with the roam clear. Eliminating the pulse early on put them in a very comfortable spot. It also forced Mav on that Valkyrie to go a little bit deeper into Visa. Now, when Mav went deep into Visa, it allowed BRK more control over the first 4. Now, of course, that that aggressive play onto the drop down from Fontt did start to put it back into the favor of Fontt, but Nesk ultimately with those kills, you know, he got the first one and then he got the momentum shift back into BRK's favor, was the reason they were able to recover that round. Opening up that hole underneath the dock also very important. While it did took a while for that hole to actually be utilized, it was in the end. If Doc had been allowed to stay alive inside of B, it almost certainly would have been a Fontt win there and a map victory. But yeah, again, that coordination between the Ash and the Blackbeard allowed for him to be taken out, and then it all put on the shoulders of Mav, again, the player who is playing so very passively throughout the round.
Now, BRK, for this 4th attempt at holding down the downstairs in the first round of overtime, have opted to not go with a Mira and also not go with an Echo. Instead, they're going to bring out the Rook, and I want to say the Smoke or Jaeger? Yeah,
and this is how they managed to win the last time they went on this bomb site. I think Jaeger's actually been by Nesk this whole time, but
You're right.
This Rook absolutely. Whatever the case be, overall, this is the result that this is the lineup that BRK used to win this hold last time they went down here. So, and it really came down to just 5 anchors and Fontt not able to get any picks before they made their push. and then it was just Trade Fest City, and BRK, because the defenders are inherently at the advantage in that situation. I expect BRK to anchor hard yet again. Just wait patiently. Yuk's good. See, this is the extent of the roam game. Yuk at the top of spiral, bottom spiral stairs is going to shoot a drone, and that's it. That's the roam game, ladies and gentlemen. Then he's going to push his way back down into the server, and yeah, the hard anchor continues.
And you can see what he's doing there is just creating a couple distraction holes, and ultimately, I don't necessarily think he'll be looking through too many of them. If he does, it'll just be the bottom corner one.
That's okay. So that's really bad. Nesk went a little bit too aggressive off of the bomb site there, and as a result, now it looks like this first round of overtime might go to Fontt. I know you're thinking it's just one player, right? But no, Nesk being taken off the board because of his aggression now is going to mean once Fontt goes into that constant trade back and forth, they're going to win that round because they're going to have the oh-so-important man advantage.
Here we are seeing, yet again, some soft drops, which are seemingly not common drops to leave open. That reception area that Moringa had pointed out earlier.
Well, one's playing underneath the kitchen drop, which means he might try to C4 it if somebody tries to sledge or breach charge it.
Looks like Zig will be taken out at the back of the white van by Cameraman.
Yeah, this is gonna be a Fontt round, almost certainly.
That is a 5-on-3, a 4-on-3 now with Yuk picking up the MP7 kill into Astro, fragging him down. Yuk is now going to work his way down the circle stairs along with one who's had a nice crossfire. Julio,
oh, wow.
Gets a good shot on the yellow stairs outside towards Gohan.
Wow, this was a huge shift from BRK. That's very important, getting those two stragglers, Astro and Gohan. The refrags are coming out, though. Mav onto Yuk.
There's going to be a C4 toss out. One not going to get the kill. However, Julio will tag down Moringa to the side. Mav's going to move his way in, get picked off by one. It's now a 1-on-2. BRK could salvage this round. Cameraman's going to be behind the van, and it looks like some more shots from Julio going to go above and rain on down above him, and that's going to be the round going to BRK Esports. They are now 1 round away from securing this series.
What a great comeback there from BRK. And you really have to hand it to Julio holding down that yellow stairs throughout the round and the garage wall by himself. Great job on that hold. That is, again, the case of BRK. They're shoving themselves into little lanes, and Fontt, rather. They're shoving themselves into little lanes, and sure, they have the man advantage, a very distinct one at that, but in this case, they didn't really go for those refrags. After somebody died, the rest of the attackers just kind of pivoted. I'll go somewhere else, I'll go somewhere else. And it didn't work out too well for them. Now, it did seem like BRK was going to throw that round away when they lost so many people early on, those roamers specifically. But they somehow managed to recover it. Great job there.
Now we will see bomb site from Team Fontt go downstairs, where they've been successful and unsuccessful at the same time.
It's been a bit of a mixed match for both these teams downstairs, but it's obviously the preferred site for both of them.
It is kind of ironic, though, that we have not seen a bathroom hold from either of these two teams when I know that they've done it in the past.
I mean, it's just, I guess that's not really it's not the meta anymore. Again, we talked about it earlier, is like, it's not a very successful thing. It usually does not work for the defenders, let's be honest. It's like, it's just one of those things that is interesting, and theoretically it makes a ton of sense, but it just doesn't work. And I think it really is kind of you could attribute it to teams trying to force out that Mira meta. And we've talked about how useful Mira is in the past, but she is very situational inherently as an operator. Her utility is situational. And trying to bring her just cuz sometimes is a bad idea.
BRK looking like they're going to clear in from admin. Julio's going to drone out for Nesk and call it all clear inside of admin. Working his way over towards Printer, along with Yuk. They're both looking to clear out the top floors, and fortunately for them, they won't have too much resistance as there's no roamers topside.
I would argue, unfortunately, actually, but we talked about this before. The attackers really want to get these kills on these roamers. They want very juicy roamers to stay upstairs so that they can die and then the attackers can be at the man advantage. But Fontt's going to read into that. They're going to know, all right, we don't need to roam. Let's not do it. It's not going to work. It hasn't been working for anyone so far. It just ends up resulting in lost players. So let's just play downstairs. Let's just play the safe game. We don't have to force it. And that's going to mean BRK's got all the pressure on their side instead.
Now up on top of the black car was the call out from his teammate, calling out that Moringa's up there. Now with Garage getting opened up, that's going to allow, I think that's Zig, to then lay in some pressure from beyond the reach of the defenders at the moment.
That's big. Nesk knowing that there's nobody at pipes right now is going to allow him to play on these stairs a lot more fluidly. He's going to really force that out.
Now opening that up a little bit will then again force someone outside of pipes. He's going to go in for a rush here momentarily. You see him rushing outside, and now he's just getting one last call. His drone was destroyed, so he's going to use his second one, go on downstairs, realizes that there's one more set of barbed wire, calls out the ADS, then gets jammed down.
Interesting that he's not going to play off that holes that the defenders themselves opened up will result in Zig being taken out. Now BRK in the losing position for this round.
It's a little unfortunate, though, because he actually spotted him on the heartbeat sensor, then looked away.
Yeah, I think he was going to try and switch to a C4, but he just didn't have enough time.
Now Julio will be blinded by that second flashbang, and that's going to be looking like Gohan might drop here momentarily. There's the third and final one. Mav still holding down the circle stairs. Yuke's actually tucked himself into the corner. I want to say that is the little closet corner of B. Now, if he remains undetected, he will be able to get a massive clutch here. There's 36 seconds left to go in the round. Nesk in the back of the yellow stairs. Julio's going to be in bathroom corridor. And they are starting to work their way in. Gohan's at the yellow stairs. Nesk knows it. He thinks he knows it. He's going to move away as he turns his back. There comes a kill from Gohan. Astro picks up Yuke. That's going to be the last man alive is Julio. He doesn't get it. Team Fontt's going to win this round after round 11. And they take the map. They take the second map of this series. And that's going to force us into the third and final map in this best of three. It's going to be on Chalet.
Great attack there from Fontt, and I love the adaptation. I love the moving away from let's just push in through the main lobby and that piano window to taking control of Visa, then from Visa positioning to the top floor, taking control of that, and then moving from the top floor into the bomb site with man vantage. It's a nice clear, easy. It's a nice easy clear.
Astro with 13 kills on the board. Mav following up with 7. Wonderful job. Let's take a look at some of the highlights so we can see just how these 11 rounds unfolded on Consulate. This is that first round, the 1-on-3 clutch with Julio. And right there, he was able to almost stop it, but he forced Moringa out there into the open and picked up the kill right in front of the black car.
What a shot there from cameraman.
Here we have it, just a bunch of very sneaky and ultimately positive kills here for Team Fontt. We're also seeing a lot of trades as well, and that's exactly what we anticipate to see in such a high level of play. Teams making sure that they've got the cover of their teammates, if not to stop a kill, to recapitalize on one. Now here was one taking out the Blackbeard, and unfortunately on that final round didn't necessarily prove to be overly useful. But with that is going to be map number 2, like we said, underway. It's 1-1. BRK Esports has won. They secured the first map. Team Fontt securing the second. And our third and final map of this series will be on Chalet. Now, we saw Chalet earlier tonight with our two teams. Nothing really stuck out too much, except for we did have that bar and gaming room hold.
It was a completely dominant victory for Black Dragons, so nothing stood up. Like you said, bar gaming hold. You know, a little bit different than what we're used to seeing, but overall, it's found its way a little bit more into play.
Yes.
I mean, you could expect to see one of these two teams bring it, but I think they're going to stick to what they know best, try to go to the more basic bomb sites. And I wouldn't be surprised, although I really would not be surprised if we saw a bar gaming room hold.
Yeah.
It's a pretty easy bomb site to hold overall, really, if you think about it.
It's ironic that we're saying this now, that it's an easier site, because before, I remember Season 1, Season 2, even Season 3 of last year, we're like, no way. There's no way that we would even try to attempt it.
Again, it's one of those things that has existed for the extent of the game, but it takes time for players to explore the maps fully to figure these things out.
Yep, and you also have the addition of new operators, such as Mira, such as just other defense and attack operators. Nonetheless, though, we are going to get underway with our third and final map. It's going to be on Chalet. Let's take a look at the operators being selected. It's going to start with Team Fontt on attack, and BRK will be on defense. Now, most notably here, we are going to see Zig pick up the Echo play instead of Julio. Julio was that Echo player from last map, and
they've been rotating it
I like seeing the versatility here that we'll call it the versatility, that these players can play different operators on the same squad. It's not like you're always the yokai player, you're always the echo player, you're always the smoke player. No, they're changing it up, and I like seeing that.
Playing what you're comfortable with is important, but you know, having the ability to change is also important. Now, Fontt, they are going to be attacking onto a basement hold. This is somewhat interesting for BRK, going into the basement instead of trophy first. A little bit different, and I think it's actually going to work really well for them. There is only a Habana for Fontt, which means that this the attack options are a little bit slim.
Now Astro's going to get his Twitch drone into spots, and it looks as though Zig will not see it. So if Zig decides to toss out that yokai a little early, Astro's going to be looking for it. Actually has tossed that. It's moved on up to the front lobby, all the way upstairs towards master bedroom. That leads me to believe there will be some roam game above, and that yokai is going to be used to help in that said roam game.
Uma bomba foi localizada.
This is interesting. BRK applying a very heavy amount of roam to this dining table trophy hold. And this stands to reason. The reason is because if the roamers are to not apply said pressure, then they're not going to be able to influence the round very easily moving forward. Because the way that the way that a wine cellar take works is, you see cameraman there on the master balcony. You see Gohan now in trophy. Once they've established themselves there, it's a pretty simple realm hold. Like all they have to do is point their guns in towards the south and wait patiently for the roamers to try and challenge them, and then come out on top.
Oh, Gohan's going to expose himself. Nesk picks up the headshot there.
Yeah, because these roamers are trying to hard hold inside of the dining table, it means that they're going to actually have some sort of influence and try to slow this round down a bit. Of course, in this case, it's just going to be an even trade. Gohan for Nesk.
Now, Yuke, I don't know if he saw or heard Mav get up on the balcony there. That's going to be the Blackbird, and instead he's going to rotate downstairs, all the way downstairs through Blue Tunnel, or Blue Hall.
Times when wasted players have been killed, and now, like you said, all the defenders really need to do is hold downstairs, just wait patiently.
Oh, he actually spotted the yokai. I don't think he hit it, though. If Astro is able to knock out that yokai, it's going to spell disaster here for the final moments of the round for BRK.
Definitely does help that defuse playing quite a lot.
No, we are going to see Astro move his way over here to the keg stand, over by the doorway into the cellar, realizing that, hey, there's the yokai, realizing that, okay, the wall has been opened up. Astro then goes outside of the stairs, trying to challenge this. And right now, I don't think there is anyone inside, so they have actually backed on out. Astro's going to take control of that wine closet. That's going to allow cameraman to pick up that diffuser. If he doesn't drop, no, they all dropped! And therefore, the diffuser will stay inside a kitchen. Yet again, another mistake we're seeing here. This actually happened, I think, previously on our first map. Moringa saw it. He realized he's going to run upstairs as a 3-speed. Echo will fall. Yuke's actually going to come on over towards dining. Moringa's not going to hear it in time. Yuke's going to swing on over. He's going to come around from the top. Stop the plane from going down. Tags one. Can he tag another? No. Astro's going to move on over. There he goes to the double kill. Yuke picking up Moringa and Astro to win the round. BRK securing round number 1 here on Chalet.
So Fontt lost that round because they confused things a little bit, and they left the diffuser inside of kitchen. They had a good execution. They established solid control. They had cover of their roam, but then eventually they got a little ahead of themselves, and they went in for a diffuse plant without a diffuser. Now we are going to have BRK, like you said, walking away with that first round, and we are going to be attacking on. They are going to be attacking onto a trophy hold, which is a little bit more standard.
Yeah, it was actually on Cafe in the last series that happened, where they left the diffuser on the roof, I think. And then they had to go chasing all the way down to the basement to find the Valkyrie, where we saw the double kill, or almost a double kill from Valk.
Yes.
Bomb site for Team Fontt will begin inside of the kitchen and trophy lounge, and we're going to be seeing a pretty standard defensive hold. You're going to open up the A wall into Trophy. You're going to secure the box wall of B into the lobby. There's not too much special going on the main floor. Up above, though, we might see a little bit different here. We are going to see not too much reinforcement at all, if any, other than the drop hatch reinforcement. Looks as though they're going to move on over to the library and stay put for a little. Ooh, Gohan's going to navigate through the hole he made earlier, and Nesk was there to tag a couple shots into him.
This roam game coming from Fontt right now is kind of interesting. You know, having a doc be a roamer is just abnormal.
He's gonna peek on out of the lobby window. Will not see anyone, and then decide to hop back towards the bomb site. He's gonna heal up Gohan.
Fontt is playing so loose right now, unbelievably so. BRK is gonna have control over the top floor now, since Moringa has decided to default. Now, having control over this top floor means that you can start opening up those holes, establish that vertical, and you can get kills like that onto Astro. Good job there from Nesk.
He's also going to spot out Gohan underneath of him. The shotgun's going to go strong, but miss every single shot. Nesk is then going to try to re-challenges and re-engage. However, we are going to see Gohan go back towards the kitchen.
He's just trying to push people off dining as much as possible. To alleviate the pressure from dining, so his teammates can push in through the dining hall or dining doorway from the lobby.
Now that Nesk has cleared out the dining hall, though, that's going to be Julio's able to get in safely without having the chance to see C4 tossed up at him from Mav or Cameraman. Allowing a 3-speed into dining, especially if you're not necessarily holding kitchen hard, is going to be very bad for Team Fontt. There are 3 members of Team Fontt inside of Trophy. Now, if there can be flashbangs and smoke grenades tossed out in towards Trophy, we might see the plant go down by Yuke. We did hear one shield get destroyed of Yuke, and there's 40 seconds left to go, and the re-engagement is going to happen here momentarily. Some shots coming in from behind. That's going to be Mav, I think. There he is. He's going to be taken up by Nesk. Moves on over, picks up a kill, and now it's a 4-on-3. All 3 members are going to be inside of Trophy. Next gets taken out there. I want to say that was going to be by the SMG-11 Gohan. Coming on through the Trophy. Gas grenade is going to come on out. Moringa looking on through the window. Turns his head at the wrong time. He might be spelling disaster. No, it will not. Moringa's going to take control. He moves on over. Diffuser might get planted here as he peeks on up. Gets his head taken off. Julio tags that shot down onto Doc. Zig picking up the kill from the window onto Gohan. Last man alive is going to be Cameraman, who actually fell through the drop hatch. Diffuser was successfully planted. He picked up the C4 kill there onto Zig, though. It's going to be a 2-on-1 now with Yuke and Julio. Last 2 alive. And Cameraman is being spotted out there by a drone. There it is underneath the desk. It's taken out. Julio knows he's inside a Trophy, and Cameraman's going to be moving in through the middle here. They have created a perfect crossfire. Constant droning going on. Karen moves on through. Yuke realizes he's turning around, goes for the shot, and will get him on the repeat.
Good take there from BRK, because they had that man advantage going into their initial dining hall take. They pushed all the way to the back of Trophy. And most of those refrags that were happening for Fontt were just coming from behind, coming from roamers late flanking and doing a fairly decent job at it. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough. You need to be able to win some fights on your hard hold, and that just did not happen for Fontt. Now we are going to see Trophy as well come out for BRK, as they were successful down in the basement. It doesn't seem like they want to bring us to a gaming room defense, unfortunately, here.
Team Fontt is opting to bring the buck instead of the sledge, which I think was the same choice that BRK chose last round.
It's the right choice. It's so much easier to open up that floor with a buck instead of a sledge. Sledge is like, you gotta hit it once, and then you gotta hit it another time, and it's the headache. Whereas buck, you just kind of shoot the thing, and you're done.
As well as they also have the luxury to go from underneath if they need to as well. They
Yeah,
cannot
big
get one
garage.
outside of the corner of box.
We've seen that big garage pressure used pretty well in the past.
Os atacantes dos
Technically, you can do that with grenades on Sledge as well, but the versatility is just abound with Buck overall. The only reason Buck isn't like definitively better than Sledge, I think, is probably just because of his gun.
Wonderful shot there by Moringa. Now, that was Yuke who was trying to peek on out of the gaming room window towards I want to say the satellite spawn, but didn't actually tag it down. And therefore, Moringa gave him enough time to go on, get the wall bang or the window bang.
That's good. Good start there for Fontt. We've seen that roam coming from that area just fall flat on his face so many times, and here we are seeing it yet again. Fontt putting themselves in a great spot. However, it's not all over yet. They still have a lot of work to do to actually make that push happen into the trophy room itself. There's actually nobody in B right now. I don't think there are any defenders inside of trophy right this minute.
And you just saw the Hibana toss all of her pellets, or toss 6 pellets in through the window. That was to get rid of any more ADSs. Looks as though Julio will try to navigate back into trophy after doing a couple bit of damage there to Cameraman.
This looks like he was just playing inside a West Lobby bush, trying to apply some pressure.
Ooh, and that's going to be Moringa picking up yet again another kill there onto Ness. That's 2K for him on the round. A 5-on-3, still half the round to go.
That was a seriously unnecessary push there from Nesk all the way into the master hallway, into the clutches of 3 or 4 different attackers. That's very risky, and when you're talking about being a demand disadvantage, risks are important to take, but that was just that was a leap of faith. Unfortunately, did not work for him there.
We are going to be settling under the 1/3 mark here of the round, with Cameraman being the only member who's actually taken damage here from BRK. Julio's going to be tagged by Astra's Twitch drone. Gohan's actually dropped. He's inside of the kitchen, spots out Paul's in a very vulnerable position. He pulls out the heartbeat sensor. Underneath is going to be one, and Julio is going to be inside the trophy, who gets taken out. One trying to come in from behind, goes for the shots, but Moringa gets the drop onto him. That's going to be a 3K for him on the round. Team Fontt finally on the board. It's 2-1 in favor of BRK.
Yeah, here's that slugfest we were expecting and we've seen so far throughout these maps. Fontt finally showing up on Chalet. Now that take, pretty standard, top floor control, eliminate roamers, and then push into the bomb site. And I think, honestly, you have to say that that was a bit BRK's round that was lost. It comes down to the bandit being eliminated almost instantly right off the bat, early on the west side of the, on the far library side of the building at least. And then after that, Nesk with way too much aggression into the master hallway. From there, it just kind of fell apart for BRK. I mean, you can't very easily hold an anchor with such a severe disadvantage. All Fontt really had to do was open up that vertical game and start shooting down onto the defenders, and they did just that. Now, Fontt, they are going to be defending Kitchen Trophy again. They were unsuccessful here the first time, but they're going to give it another shot. No variation really in the bomb site defense yet. Now, I think we might see a game. I still hold out hope for a a gaming room bar defense.
Very well might happen, and we'll have to see here. Okay, Cameraman will get the wall inside of B. I was going to say a little bit late reinforcement. Wasn't sure who was going to go in. We saw Smoke, we saw Yig, we saw Bandit all go into Trophy, and ultimately it's going to be Cameraman getting that wall inside of the lobby. Now, the fact that we are seeing these late reinforcements, we saw the peak from Gohan happen before he actually finished his last reinforcement, to me means that Team Fontt seems to be a little, I'll call it sloppy or a little untimely in their preparation phase. Typically, we see more, we'll call it more solid defensive setups where you know exactly the route you're going to go. You're going to set everything up before the 45 seconds are up.
Yeah, kind of going on the fly here from Team Fontt. That much is clear. It's important to have all your things down pat, but also, you know, sometimes changes are made in the middle of rounds, and the IGL says you need to do this instead, and it can freak you out a little bit. Be like, oh, wait, you're asking me to break from routine? I got to do this now? What is this? So it might just be that case where Fontt is dealing with something they're not used to in terms of their setup. that is. They are, of course, very heavy roam game here from Fontt, extremely heavy. So, you know, there's only 2 on site. There's 3 off site down in the basement, and that might be just basically the reason it took them so long to set things up, is because this is just an abnormal strat.
It's a really different kind of roam game. We typically, if we see members roaming, it might be 2 downstairs. Most of the time, just 1.
The thing that's worrisome here is that, oh wow, they're all just coming up as a group of 3. Weird. The thing that's complicated is if an attacker had been looking through that west lobby door, they would have just got 3 kills just now. So, very dangerous play from Fontt. It ended up not mattering, though. They did rotate back for the most part.
I like this camera, though. They're going to basically just forfeit. Oh, the C4 will not finish off 1. He's going to tag a kill there onto Mav and then back on out and tuck himself inside of the dining hall. Now, there are 3 members here. And the drone's going to spot all 3. Sorry, the Valkyrie camera above is going to spot all 3. Ness going to go to challenge this, rushes on in. However, the kill, wonderful job there by Astro. He's going to take out Ness, but the trade comes down heavy as Yuk picks it off. Julio's going to get the shots down onto Gohan, though, and that's going to be a 4-on-2. Moringa and Cameraman going to be the last 2 alive. They're tucked away inside of the dining, or inside of the trophy room. Second gas grenade is going to get tossed on out. 25 seconds to go. Now we are going to see the last gas grenade forcefully get tossed into the kitchen here momentarily. Drone's going to get killed off. Now you can see the pressure from Zig is going to come in through the windowsill. Yuk gets the kill there onto Smoke, and that's going to be Cameraman. Last man here, and the shots will go down. BRK goes up 3-1.
So Fontt could have, in theory, won that even after it was just came down to a 2 versus 4. But you know, having players inside of Trophy, you still have line of sight into kitchen. You can hold the defuse plant, but especially considering there was so little time. But it ended up not mattering. The necessary pressure was applied from BRK straight all the way into Trophy, and there were no late roams coming from Fontt this time.
Now we are going to see the bomb site go back downstairs into the wine cellar and snowmobile garage, which is definitely where we saw BRK begin their onslaught on round number 1.
Yeah, and it's a significant lead here for BRK, 3-1. And Fontt, of course, has come back from this in the past, so it's possible that this is not going to be a continuation. But BRK do definitely seem very confident here on Chalet. That last round was, again, another one of those examples of just a very standard take, but executed properly from BRK, resulting in a pretty dominant victory overall over Fontt. So we'll see if they're ever to make that continue to happen. You can see Yuk really stepping it up here. Everyone else is around 2 to 3, or 1 to 3 kills for every other person in this lobby. That's the span. That's the extent. Meanwhile, Yuk with 6. So really stepping it up here for his team. This is aggressive play here from Yuk onto the trophy window.
Oh, he's going to spot Gohan and again gets peeked out early. And that is not going to fare well for Yuk. You had talked about him having 6 kills. That is only after 3 rounds, because this is going to be round number 5. He's been picked off early twice. So having 6 kills in 3 rounds is quite a feat, but you gotta know when to.
Yeah, now he's not helping his team at all. And you gotta imagine that's gonna put Fontt in a great spot right now, where they might be able to win another round and bring it that much closer to evening out the scoreline. I mean, that took exactly no time and no utility for that kill to come in. And now, more importantly, Fontt know they have control over Trophy, because why would BRK invest any more manpower up here when they've already lost so much?
Now we will see Fontt again try to collapse on from the master bedroom balcony from the office, where we see Mav right now. From the lobby, Gohan's going to move on up. And again, they're just going through, clearing out as much as possible. There are no roamers on the top floor. And I think Team Fontt realizes that as Gohan forces his way downstairs to the back of the wine cellar.
Interesting that Zig's going to rotate like this. This is a very risky play here from Zig. It makes sense, though. The cameraman with that buck is going to now nade into the small wine cellar closet.
Here we have it, a minute 20 to go, and Zig, he's got to have his yokai in a good spot so that if he even does fall, he'll still manage to be useful with the information.
A little bit of a finicky defense here from BRK. They're getting too panicked, much more than they need to be honest.
Gohan's gonna apply some pressure from the back stairwell towards Julio's. Actually, no, the wall has not been opened up, so that's gonna basically create a pinch point through the middle doorway. There's 50 seconds left to go. You hear the barbed wire getting destroyed. Astros might be the first one to push in. And Zig needs to hop on that drone, although it might have already been destroyed. We'll have to stay tuned and see. Wall will get opened up next to the wine cellar closet. That's gonna force Julio out of town.
He's gonna be able to make it though, because he's the smoke and he's got that cover.
Now 30 seconds left to go, and I think Smoke still has 2 gas grenades left in his arsenal. Zig as well might have that yokai. We'll have to see if he hops onto it. No, he doesn't. The shot's coming on through. That's going to be Moringa getting it right through the wine barrels. Now Moringa gets traded off by Julio with the SMG-11. Gohan's going to go for the frag of the refrag inside of this corner. The plant will not go down just yet. Cameraman's in the wrong spot. Looks as though he's going to get tagged there. No, he doesn't. Can he pull off the shot? No, it doesn't happen. The C4 comes out, but the diffuser will still go down. Asher's going to get injured in the turn. The attackers are going to get all the kills with just barely seconds to go. Team Fontt comes out on top, and that's going to be here 2-2 now. Or sorry, 3-2 after 5 rounds of play.
So Fontt, with that early kill, put themselves at that man advantage. Then when they were pushing into the bomb site, they didn't even need to establish the crossfire between the closet and the main A wall. They simply just waltz on in using that drop down and A door, because guess what? Lo and behold, BRK aren't really applying much pressure to that main A door. And I think you could attribute that round loss to, let's be honest, nobody playing by the wine shelf. Now, usually you'll have someone play by that wine shelf, that big wine table. And from that position, you can easily apply quite a lot of pressure to the door and the drop down both. And nor was that position really compromised either, which was the curious bit for me, is that BRK left it without any prompt to leaving it. Because of that, as a result, Fontt were granted a very easy victory there.
Just really curious as to how the yokai got taken out of commission, because that would have been
great.
The round winning feature.
Yep.
Or the round saving feature, we'll say. And again, part of that loss for BRK can be attributed to the fact that Yuk had been taken out very early on in the previous or in the first few seconds of the round.
And now on the trophy hold, Fontt looking to even out this score line. Hoolies, BRK, they've got a good chance of bringing this back though and forcing it into that match point. I have a stinking hunch that this is going to go to overtime though. I'm pretty sure this is going to go to overtime. Both these teams really want this win. It's very clear they're going to be forcing it out. It seemed earlier in the map that BRK had complete dominance, and then lo and behold, here comes Fontt yet again with some round victories. Yeah, you got it, Fontt. You're good. You're good. It's okay.
You can see Mav a little frustrated at not being able to get the drone right away, but although he was spotted, he will stay around inside of the wine cellar area. Zig's gonna get his drone into a nice spot underneath of the table.
Mav's a cool dude. That's an aggressive play there from the player inside of the kitchen. Peeking out through the kitchen window, just sporadically. You don't usually see that happen there for the defenders because it's a huge risk. And he is going to think better of it at this point, you know. But the occasional aggression onto it, I guess, is kind of calculated. Usually the attackers aren't going to be staring at that window for the entire round. I remember at the very beginning of the game, that window actually used to be a huge influence over the outcome because there were people who didn't even know it existed. Those were good times.
60 seconds to go. Hugh has gotten himself inside of the office, going to try to open up the floor, get rid of some of the angles, and force some of the defenders out of corners. And it looks as though Yuk will take advantage and tag down the shots there onto Astro.
BRK have that full vertical control, and now they have control over dining. This is looking very good for them right now. They still have to be worrisome about a late flank, though, as we do have a couple Fontt players in position to do just that.
That was Moringa. Now he's actually going to move around towards the wall of the hallway.
There you go.
And it looks as though we will have Twitch getting injured. There, the C4 comes out, a double C4 kill up from the drop hatch. Mav throwing it long and tall. That's going to be a nice one there, taking out 2 members from BRK. Man count is now in favor of Team Fontt. However, Cameraman has been injured. No, he's not. He's got 1 health and a dream. He will fall down through the drop hatch. He's most likely going to... No, he doesn't have time to get injured and pick back up. He's going to have to survive this with 1 health and a dream. However, it is 4 on 3 now, 4 on 2 with Diffuser falling. Moringa coming up from behind, tags the kill down. Last man's going to be Julio, and it will be going in favor of Team Fontt. They've now taken this 3-1 deficit, brought it back to a 3-3 even round count now.
So that round also looked very much like it was a BRK round through and through. They had vertical control, they had dining table control, but oh, it's a trap. And dining table control ends up being to their detriment, as that Valkyrie with a very well-placed C4 coordinated using her own cameras to get that double kill really started the swing back into the favor of Fontt. I love the way that Fontt set themselves up there, knowing that they're going to lose that dining table, and that's where BRK has been pushing this whole time. Reading into it, and then countering it very specifically with a well-placed trap. And this match continues, 3-3. And it is going to be a basement defense from BRK. So still no gaming room bar, but I hold out hope.
Now, BRK was unsuccessful their second attempt here. And one of those reasons, I would say, is I mean, you called it out. They were too flustered. They seemed not able to stand still, to stand their ground. They were just, hey, oh, there's some noise, there's some explosions over here, we're going to rotate out.
They totally flustered themselves out of holding that table in the corner, and it's a difficult position to maintain. But with good coordination and teamwork, you can, and it is very important to maintain holding that floor, because you saw it, because they couldn't maintain control over that one little corner, they got forced all the way back to the far south side of that site, and from there you really have no control over default plant spot. And that's exactly what Fontt was counting on. They got the defuse plan, and it was over.
That was a very risky move, though, by the way, with, I think it might have been, who was it, Cameraman, has playing Buck, who dropped in, he actually came in from the wine cellar closet, rotated all the way behind the bomb, basically crossed the entire room, instead of going around to the corner.
Nice shot there from Nesk.
Now, last time this happened, Nesk did pick off Gohan, then got traded right back by Astro, and the same thing will happen yet again.
Hey, look, ladies and gentlemen, repetition.
So Nesk is basically, when he's in this engagement, it's pretty much, I want to say, a quote-unquote suicide mission. How many people can he take out before he himself is removed from play?
Well, right,
and,
you are.
The past couple times it's been one man.
Yeah, but that's you know, it's important. Gohan also being the one man, that's a significant frag. Although arguably so is Nesk.
Yes.
Now, okay, this is the same thing. BRK, they're forced to the far south side of the A bomb site right now. They have no control over it. Hey, whether they know it or not, the only thing they could do is throw C4, use an Echo Drone, and gas grenades. That's it. That's all they've got to hold down an A plant, and that's a big freaking risk. Unless they rotate somebody deep into the A bomb site, and it doesn't look like that's what they're curious to do.
No, the wall's already getting opened up. They won't have the luxury of trying to get all the way into the corner close against the east end, sorry, the north end of wine cellars. And therefore, it's going to be up to Zig to try to get his Yokai drone in position. Moringa's trying to hold down onto the angle here right by the corner of back stairs. 50 seconds left to go on the board, though, and Yuke has managed to continue the roam game. We'll have to see if this is going to pan out to be very useful for him. Mav as well is going to be holding down the flank, or holding down the roam from above.
If he's got that drop down open in the dining table, he can very easily deny the default bomb or defuse plant. But no, he won't be able to, as Yuke gets taken out on his flank.
The The gas grenades are a little bit too late, and again, the yokai not coming out from Zig. C4 gets tossed out, misses its target. This is going to have to be BRK trying to get the re-collapse of their life. Will not happen, however, as one gets taken out. So does Zig. Last man alive is going to be Julio in a 4-2-3-on-1. Julio is now going to be tucked away inside of the wine cellar, looks on over, tags the shots down onto Astro, gets him killed off with the gas grenade. Actually, he just hit him with it. He didn't even blow it up. He just tapped him with it, goes for the shotgun kill onto Moringa. Misses the target though, and now we have a 2-on-1 going in favor of Team Fontt. They've now taken the lead for the first time on Chalet.
We've also put it on match point. That's pretty significant there for Fontt. What a comeback from a 3-1 to now a 4-3. Excellent job there, 3 rounds in a row. And a nice attack from Fontt, but again, I have to attribute that to BRK. Just no real presence in the A-bomb site. The roam game is not enough to recover that. I like that they're trying to put Yuke as a linchpin there. But you cannot rely exclusively on an Echo drone. And arguably, the C4 nor the gas grenades can really reach deep enough to get anyone planting in default spot, especially considering they reinforced that wall next to default spot in this small office, or sorry, not the small office, the wine cellar closet, which means they can't use that wall as cover to, or sorry, not as cover, to destroy it to try and get someone in default. I mean, and if you're wondering what default is, it's the corner right next to the closet, the wine cellar closet, well, inside the main wine cellar. But whatever the case, through and through, it just comes down to BRK not having any real serious presence in A, and we're seeing Fontt kind of walk on into A and get the old Jolly defuse plant.
It seems like they're not thinking about how to best stop that push.
Well, no, they've clearly thought about it. You can see by their setup. They've got that Echo drone. They're relying on the gas grenades. They're relying on the C4, but it's not working.
Yeah.
It's not real cover. And the Echo drone hasn't stopped the defuse plant once yet.
I haven't seen the Echo drone active at all, except for the beginning of the round where they're just getting it off site.
I'm guessing it's getting destroyed somewhere along the run.
So maybe what it's doing, and I haven't paid too much attention to it, maybe what it's doing is helping Nesk inside of dining. Yeah. I mean, so maybe that's what its use is. But if that's the case, it seems like Nesk can win those one-on-one engagement by himself.
Yeah, and that's if that is the case, then that's a poor investment. And I doubt it. It's got to be in the bomb site somewhere, and I think the attackers must be shooting it. But whatever the case, it has not found use so far in their basement defense, and it's been really hurting BRK that they have no way of stopping someone from pushing into A.
Yep. And so, ladies and gentlemen, as you saw, there's going to be a re-host happening, a remake of the lobby, as one of the members was having some issues with TeamSpeak, I think. So right now, it's 4-3 in favor of Team Fontt. They're 1 round away from securing that first place seed out of the Latin American seed, which is a feat to be said. We are the first place team out of this region.
Yeah, it's a significant victory, and I think Fontt was probably the team slanted to win this overall moving into the matchup. But BRK has also put up a heck of a fight, and you could tell that, as they will be both going to LAN, they're going to put up it's quite a show for us at Gamescom.
Yeah, and I mean, it was very surprising, but also very, I'll say welcoming from the community to see both Latin American teams make it to the semifinals last season, and then ultimately BRK Esports making it all the way to the grand finals to go up against Penta. Now, for those of you that weren't familiar with saying, oh, well, but BRK wasn't there during Season 1, they were formerly known as Black Dragons. The team this season known as Black Dragons used to be known as V3 Masters.
Yep. And now BRK, that is, are going to be fighting pretty extensively here on Chalet to try and bring themselves back. But I really have to say that overall, the reason that they're in this pickle is because they cannot defend basement. They just cannot. They
should go bar and gaming.
Maybe. No, honestly though, that might be the solution, because they do not have a strategy to hold basement that is working for them right now. It is just not. They need to make some adaptation, go somewhere else, or do something to bring it away from where however they're holding right now, because it's not working.
I mean, they've done 2 or 3 basement holds, and I haven't seen them change anything.
Yeah, it's been the same thing
over. Nesk has been in dining. He's gotten 1 kill into Gohan. He then gets refragged. You see Yokai or the Echo tucked around inside of the wine cellar like barrels. Doesn't do anything other than die. You've got Smoke, tosses out the gas grenades, dies. Like, we don't see him doing too much. There's nothing changing. So if you don't change anything, how do you expect the outcome to be different?
Yeah, and it's one of the reasons why BRK is now at match point, or is facing match point from Fontt. But there's other reasons. I mean, that wonderful play from Fontt,
Yes.
when they were defending the trophy, the kitchen trophy, baiting BRK to push into dining table to later C4 them, just setting up that trap. You don't see traps set up in this game very often.
Yes.
And I really do love that Fontt sawed off one of their arms, as it were, with dining in order to place it on a platter for BRK, and then to lace it with poison. And I love the way that they did that. It was very well done for Fontt, and I think that because of excellent plays like that is one of the, despite the some bad play from BRK in their basement hold, but excellent play from Fontt equally to now put them in the match point.
Yeah, talking about that bait, we're going to get underway here momentarily. It's going to get right into the. We are now facing round 8. In Cholet, our third and final map in this best-of-3 series between Team Fontt and BRK E-sprots. But talking about that bait, we actually saw the Blackbeard. He peeked up, got rid of the Valkyrie camera. I think what triggered the C4 toss was the fact that they knew they had downed the Twitch. They said, hey, get at least one. There's probably another member over there, and he picked off 2 kills with the C4 toss. But here we have it, ladies and gents. BRK will be attacking, and Team Fontt's going to be on defense for round number 8.
Yeah, they're going to be going.
Fuse come out here.
Yeah, interesting that.
Down to the wine cellars and archives is, the wine cellar and snowmobile garage is where we will be.
Are we playing Bank right now?
I was going to say, I wish it'd be a wine cellar and Bank.
That'd be pretty dope. But yeah, we are having a Fuse come out. It is going to be a basement hold here from Fontt. The Fuse is going to be pretty freaking useful here on this site. There's a lot of ways you can make Fuse get a couple kills here and there, or force out a position that will put your team as an attacker in a great spot. You can be putting your Fuse on top of just to clear out barbed wire by the front of the north side of the A-bomb site. You can force out the south side of the A-bomb site. That's another thing. If you're doing just a wine cellar attack and you have your Fuse above the A-bomb site in the lobby, then imagine he puts it on the southmost end of that A-bomb site, right? Then all of how BRK has been holding so far, right? That is rendered completely inert. Like, not only is there no one actually holding the A-bomb site really in that default corner, but more importantly, there's nobody who could go for a retake at all. And you're well and clear of TKing your teammates in that situation as well. So I mean, there's a couple great ways you can use Fuse on this bomb site. It all does. Ooh, it's gonna be a bar snowmobile take here from BRK.
I think we are just waiting for the EMP to come on out here from 1. He's gonna toss it, and that's gonna be the cue for Zig.
He missed.
No, he did not get it. He's gonna have to toss a second one.
Come on, this is post-nerf Thatcher grenades.
Sorry, I was expecting to get the entire building.
Yeah, right. For those of you who don't know, Thatcher grenades used to capture, like, what was it, 20 meters in every direction?
So think of it this way. If you tossed it at think of Hereford base at the bottom of Trench, you toss it at the corner between Delivery and Trench, you could get all 3 walls. Yeah.
So they used to be pretty crazy, but they are still very useful. You actually have to get them next to the devices though now.
Now we are going to see a almost non-existent roam game coming out from Team Fontt. They're going to play on site.
They're playing pretty aggressively into the big garage, but that's not really a roam game. And it's not going to matter because that's not where BRK is coming from. BRK is focused entirely on that snowmobile and bar take, which is interesting. They don't have a thermite, and when you're executing onto the snowmobile and the garage at the same time, that means you can only open up 2 Hibana holes into the garage and then 1 Hibana hole into the drop down. Now, of course, you only need 1 for the drop down, but you have a very small hole in garage as a result.
It's very ironic that we're going to see the yokai drone all the way on the top floor when we don't have much of a roam game. But as I say that, Gohan's actually coming on up the stairs, spots Zig, but just runs in, presses that shift W, and Zig will take advantage of it, but then get traded out by Mav as she reloads in front of the offices.
So yeah, Shift W does not make you invincible. You need to challenge with your right click and then use your left click.
I love this super late roam game here because that is forcing the members from BRK to head back upstairs. We can see Nest trying to challenge this from Library Corridor, and Astro and Mav are both topside.
Yeah, Nesk is just waiting for these players to come out of their respective little cubbies upstairs. And this is actually really good. Nesk has cordoned off the... Oh, actually, no, as I say cordoned off, Astro's going to be able to rotate back down. I love that rotation through the office window.
Realizes it's all clear and says, okay, I'll get myself detected. There are 20 seconds left. Garage is not opened enough for them to vault through, I think. They might be able to. Let's stay tuned
one might
and
actually be trapped out there. I can't quite tell from this angle.
The diffuser is in the hands of Blackbeard, so it doesn't really matter. Blackbeard's going to be here at the back stairwell. Fuse charge is going down. Moringa's going to try to challenge this. He's now just waiting, baiting this out. Yuke needs to go for this plant right now, and unfortunately, he's going to get destroyed. Can I go against it? And there will be the round in favor of Team Fontt. They're going to come on through, take spot number 1 out of the Latin American Pro League here, and with a very close defeat, or a very close victory, we'll say here, on Chalet.
That was a nice try there from BRK, dude. Despite the fact that Fontt managed to bring it back in the end, it did go to that third map, and what was, previously in this season, Fontt getting that 2-1 over BRK turned out, BRK, they can show up, they can make it happen, but they cannot push it far enough to get the final win.
Yep, and so there it is, Team Fontt coming out on top, sailing all the way through the group stages undefeated, sailing through the first portions of the playoffs undefeated, ultimately not meeting their match, but not basically cruising through this final game against BRK E-sprots. Now, we did say previously that they beat BRK 2-0. 2-1, still a victory for them, but BRK definitely stepped up their game, and we're looking forward to seeing both of them in a few weeks in Cologne, Germany.
At the end of the month.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it for the Latin American scene through the playoffs and the group stages. Before we go, though, we just want to mention that with the seeding, so for the playoffs, or not for the playoffs, for the LAN event, there's going to be 8 teams, 3 teams from North America, 3 teams from Latin America, and there's going to be 2 teams from Latin America, 3 teams from Europe. The seeding for that will take place after the European Pro League on Thursday. Let's take a look at our brackets, though, to just figure out how tonight ended with our Latin American Pro League. And we got to see last week Team Fontt win 2-0 over INTZ. Black Dragons unfortunately showed up a little bit slow, and they unfortunately did not win against BRK. BRK came out 2-1. Today's games, though, went we were a little intense towards the end. I mean, the first game was a 10-1 victory, Black Dragons over INTZ.
Oh yeah, it was complete dominance.
Yes, and then we had Team Fontt and BRK. That was a lot closer of a game.
Yeah, Team Fontt and BRK obviously proving that they are the 2 top teams coming out of Latin America, and I wholeheartedly believe that. Black Dragons obviously a close third, and that is, that's reflected, of course, by how dominant their victory was over INTZ today. But of course, they won't be able to make it to LAN, unfortunately, and Fontt and BRK definitely going to be great elected representative, well, not elected, victors and representatives thus of the Latin American scene moving forward into Cologne, Germany.
Agreed. So we are welcoming Team Fontt and BRK Esports to the Season 2 LAN Finals at Gamescom. And as we said, ladies and gentlemen, there are going to be seeds that these teams need to have. We now know 7 out of the 8 teams coming to Gamescom, coming to Cologne, Germany. And with that, we have 1 more play day left in the regular season of Season 2. That's going to be Europe, and that's going to be on Thursday at 7 p.m. Central European Time. Now, right after that, so the Central European Time, the 7 Central European Time game for Europe, we're going to have Penta and ENTZ go head-to-head. We're going to have Millennium and Supremacy. Now, that Millennium and Supremacy match, I believe, is going to be the second game of the evening.
Probably.
That's going to be one to watch. And the reason is because the winner will still get to go to LAN. Will still get to go to Cologne, Germany, still get to fight with everyone else in the top-notch competitive scene of Rainbow Six Siege. The loser, unfortunately, will not be able to attend.
Yeah, this could be a really good match. Supremacy versus Millennium. I mean, there's a lot of history there, of course, of both French teams. And only one of them going to be able to make it to the LAN event. It could be the representative of the French community, which is a pretty big part of Siege competitive. So
yeah, I think 4 out of the 8 Pro League teams are French.
Pretty big deal. So whoever comes out on top there is going to have a lot on their shoulders, also moving into the LAN event.
Definitely. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we want to wish you a farewell. Again, if you're here for the European Pro League on Thursday, be sure to tune in at 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Other than that, if you're not able to make it Thursday to the cast, be sure to stay tuned in Twitter or just the Rainbow Six Siege Reddit. All the information about the upcoming dates for relegations for Season 3, as well as for the LAN Finals at the end of August. I think it's going to be August 25th and 26th on a Friday and Saturday. We'll have to stay tuned and double-check those. But for now, we want to wish you a farewell, a happy evening, and we'll see you in a few days. Ladies and gentlemen, good night.